That is Psalms 1:6. It reads, "Preserve me, O Elohim, for in thee do I put my trust. O my soul, thou hast said unto Yahweh, thou art my master. My goodness extended not to thee, but to the saints that are in the earth, and to the excellent, in whom is all my delight. Their sorrows shall be multiplied that hasten after another deity. Their drink offerings of blood will I not offer, nor take up their names into my lips. Yahweh is the portion of my inheritance and of my cup. Thou maintainest my lot. The lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. Yea, I have a goodly heritage. I will bless Yahweh, who have given me counsel. My reins also instructed me in the night seasons. I have set Yahweh always before me, because he is at my right hand. I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, and my glory rejoices. My flesh also shall rest in hope. For thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Thou wilt shew me the path of life. In thy presence is fullness of joy. At thy right hand there are pleasures forevermore." Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalm 73, please. That is Psalm 7:3. It reads, "Truly Elohim is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart. But as for me, my feet were almost gone. My steps had nigh slipped. For I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. For there are no bands in their death, but their strength is firm. They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men. Therefore pride compasses them about as a chain. Violence covereth them as a garment. Their eyes stand out with fatness. They have more than their heart could wish. They are corrupt and speak wickedly concerning oppression. They speak loftily. They set their mouth against the heavens, and their tongue walketh through the earth. Therefore his people returneth hither, and waters of a full cup are wrung out to them. And they say, how doth Elohim know? And is there knowledge in the Most High? Behold, these are the unrighteous who prosper in the world. They increase in riches. Verily, I have cleansed my heart in vain and washed my hands in innocency. For all the day long have I been plagued and chastened every morning. If I say I will speak thus, behold, I should offend against the generation of thy children. When I thought to know this, it was too painful for me. Until I went into the sanctuary of Elohim, Then understood I therein. Surely thou didst set them in slippery places. Thou castest them down into destruction. How are they brought into desolation, as in a moment? They are utterly consumed with terrors. As a dream when one awaketh, so, O Yahweh, when thou awakest, thou shalt despise their image. Thus my heart was grieved, and I was pricked in my reins. So foolish was I, and ignorant. I was as a beast before thee. Nevertheless, I am continually with thee. Thou hast holden me by my right hand. Thou shalt guide me with counsel. Thou shalt guide me with thy counsel, and afterward receive me to glory. Whom have I in heaven but thee? And there is none upon earth that I desire beside thee. My flesh and my heart faileth, but Elohim is the strength of my heart, and my portion forever. For lo, they that are far from thee shall perish. Thou hast destroyed all them that go a-whoring from thee. But it is good for me to draw near to Elohim. I have put my trust in Yahweh Elohim, that I may declare all thy works. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hallelujah again, Israel, and shalom. Today's presentation will be called The Poor Man That Oppresses the Poor. We'll use this presentation again to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, and between the clean and the unclean. It's another presentation of controversy among tithes and offerings. And hopefully this presentation kicks in where our brothers and sisters that hear it will no longer do such wicked acts and forget the land as they had been doing. We're going to put emphasis on this presentation dealing with the land, to allow the people to know not only are you being against the words of Yahweh by oppressing your brother, but you are being against the words of Yahweh by forgetting the great land of promise. Anyone that tries to pay tithes abroad from the promised land is forsaking the promised land, because the Almighty promised the Israelites that their increase would come from that great land. And it was their increase that they gave a tenth of. We're going to start the great presentation off by giving praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is, by saying hallelujah, and by turning our holy scriptures to the book of wisdom, that we may warn the people that every word of Elohim is pure. Let us please start this great presentation by us all turning to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. And it tells us and Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. If we all turn there, please. And at this time, please make sure you have yourself in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper where you can jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give today, dealing with the subject matter, the poor man that oppresses the poor. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, "My son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck." So this truth that we're going to reveal today is told to be bind to thy neck. It also allows us to know, write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Yahweh and man. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. So if we truly trust in Yahweh with all our heart, dealing with this subject matter, by the end of the presentation, we all should understand that it is truly evil to collect tithes and offerings from your brother and sister that find themselves in captivity. It is truly evil if we trust in Yahweh and accept every word of Yahweh being pure. We all should come to the conclusion that it is something that Yahweh have never commanded the Israelites to do. It continues to tell us in Proverbs 3, picking up at the 5th verse again, for it reads again, "Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path." And today we're going to show that many people have not trusted in Yahweh with all their heart, nor have they lent into his understanding, but they have linked to their own. And nor have they acknowledged Yahweh in all their ways. Thus it tells us, and he, the Creator, with these words shall direct thy path. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Don't change a year and every 3 years to Saturday or whenever you can. It says, be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh. And if you truly fear him, you will drop the mess that have made you wise in your own eyes. But fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And the things that we are trying to get our brothers and sisters to depart from concerning tithes and offerings is truly evil. If you are not confirming and acknowledging and doing them as Yahweh has commanded, it is evil. It shall be health to thy navel and marrow to thy bones. Honor, please take note, for there was a time that Israel was to honor Yahweh, but they were to honor Yahweh as he has commanded them in the place that they possess. Thus it tells us in the words of wisdom, honor Yahweh with thy substance and with the first fruits of all thy increase. So shall thy barns be filled. Please take note of the reward for those that follow the instructions. For it reads, so shall thy barns be filled with plenty, and thy presses shall burst out with new wine. My son, despise not the chastisement of Yahweh, neither be weary of its correction. For whom Yahweh loveth, he corrects, even as a father the son in whom he delights. Happy is the man that find wisdom, and the man that get understanding. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. Wisdom is more precious than rubies, and all the things that can desire are not to be compared into wisdom. So we're going to get wisdom today, and we're going to understand what wisdom denoted to Israel when it dealt with their increase and when it dealt with the great land of promise. For it also tells us, if we turn to the 14th chapter of Proverbs, continuing to warn Israel that if they do not lean on Yahweh and take heed to what Yahweh said, that they will be leaning upon their own understanding. And that own understanding will only bring them to evil. For it tells us in Proverbs, the 14th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, every wise woman builds her house, but the foolish, making a distinction of the wise and the fool, the holy and the unholy, the clean and the unclean. That way we can squash this controversy that we have among ourselves. Thus it reads, every wise woman builds her house, but the foolish plucks it down with her hands. He that walks in his uprightness fears Yahweh, but he that is perverse in his ways despise him. And what is an example of being perverse? Well, again, if the Almighty commanded Israel to give tithes every year at a particular place where he placed his name, and your brother tells you that you can do the exact same thing wherever you are at on a Saturday, that is truly perverse. Where no oxen are, the crib is clean, but much increase is by the strength of the ox. A faithful witness will not lie, but a false witness will utter lies. And many people have taught that they are the witnesses of Yahweh, and they are lying to you and I. A scorner seeks wisdom and finds it not. But knowledge, this truth that is found lying in this book, is easy unto him that understands. Go from the presence of a foolish man, when thou perceives not in him the lips of knowledge. The wisdom of the prudent is to understand his way, but the folly of fools is deceit. Fools make a mock at sin. They will come right back and say, you the one sinning. Or they will laugh at you or send laughing mojos at you when you are talking about wisdom. When you are talking about the words of the Creator, the 9th verse of Proverbs 14 says, fools make a mock at sin, but among the righteous there is favor. The heart knows his own bitterness, and a stranger does not intermeddle with his joy. The house of the wicked shall be overthrown, but the tabernacle of the upright, Yeshurun, shall flourish. There is a way, and many of us have been tricked in that way, but wisdom tells us there is a way which seems right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. Even in laughter, the heart is sorrowful, and the end of that marriage is heaviness. Proverbs 14, verse 14 reads, the backslider in heart shall be filled with his own ways, and a good man shall be satisfied from himself. The simple believes every word. Thus, when you take them to Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, and it reads that a tithe was to be paid in the place that Yahweh placed his name once a year, and that a tithe was to be paid in your gates every 3 years to the Levite, the fatherless, the widow, and the stranger, and your brother tells you that you can do those same great words wherever you are at on a Saturday, and you will uphold your brother's words over what you are reading in the book of the law. The 15th verse of Proverbs 14 says again, the simple believes every word, but the prudent man looks well to his goings. And that's what I'm asking you today, Israel, to look well to your goings, reading these words, and to regurgitate the lies that your brothers and sisters have taught thee. But look well to your goings. A wise man fears and depart from evil. And if you truly fear Yahweh, as your brother have stated earlier, by the end of this presentation, you should have departed from leaning upon your own understanding. You should have departed from the backsliding of your brothers and sisters. You should have departed from all the things that the simple believes. But your goings should be well looked after with these great words that you will receive this day. As it continued to tell us in the 16th verse, a wise man fear and depart from evil, but the fool rage and is confident. He that is soon angry deal foolishly, and many times they do. And a man of wicked devices is hated. Why? Because he finds himself being a man, a poor man that oppresses the poor. It tells us the simple inherit folly, but the prudent are crowned with knowledge. The evil bow before the good, and the wicked at the gates of the righteous. The poor is hated, even of his own neighbor, but the rich have many friends. He that despises neighbor sinneth, but he that have mercy on the poor, happy is he. And it is truly, or I should say, I am truly happy to show forth mercy toward the poor. And one of my greatest attributes of showing mercy to the poor is squashing these controversies that we find among the poor, and bringing forth the evil that our poor brothers use to oppress the poor. It continues to tell us again in the 20th verse, the poor is hated even among his own neighbor, but the rich have many friends. He that despises neighbor sins, but he that hath mercy on the poor, happy is he. Do they not err that devise evil? Absolutely they do. But mercy and truth shall be to them that devise good. In all labor there is profit, even in deceit, or even in evil. But the talk of the lips tendeth only to perjury or pantry. The crown of the wise is their riches, but the foolishness of fools is folly. A true witness delivers souls, and that's all we're trying to do. bring forth the truth, that we deliver the poor man's soul from his poor brother. A true witness delivers souls, but a deceitful witness speaks lies. In the fear of Yahweh is strong confidence, and his children shall have a place of refuge. Again, the fear of Yahweh is a fountain of life. To depart from the snares of death. And the multitude of people is the king's honor, but in the want of people is the destruction of the prince. He that slow to wrath is of great understanding, but he that is hasty of spirit exalt folly. And many times we hear our brothers and sisters exalting the folly that they have taught and committed. They exalt that you are to pay tithes wherever you are at, that you are to give a 10% of the hard-earned money that you find yourself making on these plantations. And they exalt it to the extent to where they call Yahweh a liar. Because every time you show them Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, they will lean upon their own understanding and tell you that you are to pay tithes wherever you are at, or tell you that you are to pay tithes on a Saturday, even though you see with your own eyes that Yahweh commanded Israel to pay tithes once a year in the place that he placed his name, and every 3 years in a place where your gates was, to take care of the Levite, the fatherless, the widow, and the stranger that sojourned among them. So again, he that is slow to wrath is of great understanding, but he that is hasty of spirit exalts folly, even though they put the Almighty name upon it. A sound heart is the life of the flesh, but envy the rottenness of the bones. He that oppress the poor, please take note while your brother keeps speaking about this subject matter, for it tells us in the 31st verse of Proverbs 14, he that oppress the poor reproaches his maker, but he that honor his maker have mercy on the poor. The wicked is driven away in his wickedness, but the righteous have hope in his death. Wisdom rests in the heart of him that have understanding, but that which is in the midst of fools is made known, as we are making it known today in this form of controversy, to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, and between the good and the wicked. Thus, it continues to tell us, in the 34th verse, righteousness exalts a nation, not evil, not one leaning upon their own understanding, but righteousness. And what does righteousness denote? Here, all that we are reading, all that Yahweh have said, righteousness exalts a nation. But sin is a reproach to any people. And the last rendering is the king's favor is toward a wise servant, even your king, Yahweh himself. But his wrath is against him that cause shame. And our brothers and sisters that are collecting tithes today have truly caused shame in the name of Yahweh. It also tells us in warning, dealing with this great controversy entitled The Poor Man That Oppresses the Poor, it tells us in the 16th chapter of Proverbs these words, and it reads, and please take heed of these words, for in these words you should tremble toward your Creator, because he have allowed you to understand these words of wisdom. Now all you have to do in the fear of him is to apply him to thyself. Thus it tells us in Proverbs 16, the very first verse, and it reads, the preparations of the heart in man and the answer of the tongue is from Yahweh. All the ways of a man are clean in his own eyes, but Yahweh weighs the spirits. It tells us, commit thy works unto Yahweh, and thy thoughts shall be established. So if Saturday was truly what Yahweh said, well, commit your works unto Yahweh. Show that through the words of Yahweh. And if you can, your thoughts shall be established. The things that you are teaching will be established. They will be right. But you can't. Thus it reads, Yahweh has made all things for himself. Yea, even you. Or it reads, yea, even the wicked for the day of evil. Everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to Yahweh, though hand join in hand, even though there's several congregations doing and saying the same thing. It says, everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to Yahweh, because you're going to wind up doing one of the 7 great things that he hates. That is an abomination to him. And one of the things that stick out like a sore thumb is lying. Thus it reads, everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to Yahweh, though hand join in hand. He that is proud in heart shall not be unpunished. By mercy and truth, iniquity is purged, and by the fear of Yahweh, men depart from evil. And if you truly fear Yahweh, and you just heard everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to Yahweh. Though hands join in hand, he shall not be unpunished. If you truly fear Yahweh, you will not join hand in hand with the evil brothers and sisters anymore. You will drop that foolishness and fear Yahweh. Another way of saying that, you will depart from evil. Because it tells us in the 7th verse, when a man's ways pleases Yahweh, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him. And it also allows us to know that you don't have to be hand in hand and follow the works of the multitude. For the 8th verse says, better is a little with righteousness than great revenues without right. A man's heart devises his way, but Yahweh directs his steps. A divine sentence is in the lips of the king. His mouth transgresses not in judgment. A just weight and balance are Yahweh's, not oppression. All the weights of the bag are his work. It is an abomination to kings to commit wickedness, and Yahweh is the king. For the throne is established by righteousness. Righteous lips are the delight of kings, and Yahweh is the king, and they love him that speak right. The wrath of a king is as messengers of death, but a wise man will suffice it. And the light of the king's countenance is life, and Yahweh is the king, and his favor is as a cloud of the latter rain. How much better is it to get wisdom than gold, and to get understanding rather than to be chosen, rather to be chosen than silver? The highway of the upright is to depart from evil. Please take note. He that keep his way preserves his soul. Pride goes before destruction. And many times you will find your brothers and sisters are proud in what they are saying. And they will disregard the rebuke because of their pride. But please rest assured and know that pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Better it is to be of an humble spirit with the lowly and the afflicted than to divide the spoil with the proud. He that handle a matter wisely, and how much wisdom or how wise can one truly be? There is no wisdom beyond fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. That is wisdom. Thus, when you read, he that handle a matter wisely shall find good, and whoso trusts in Yahweh, happy is he. The wise in heart shall be called prudent, and the sweetness of the lips increase learning. Understanding is a wellspring of life, and to him that have it, but the instruction of fools is folly. The heart of the wise teach his mouth, and add learning to his lips. Pleasant words are as honeycombs, sweet to the soul, and heals are health to the bones. Again, Israel, there is a way that seems right into a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. He that labors for himself, not for your brother, for his mouth craves it of him. An un-Elohimly man digs up evil, and his lips there, and in his lips there is as a burning fire. A forward man soweth strife, and a whisper separate cheap friends from this great truth. A violent man entices his neighbor to pay tithes on Saturday or whenever he can, and leads him or leadeth him into the way that is not good. He shut his eyes to devise forward things. Moving his lips, he bring evil to pass. Just by changing every year and every 3 years to Saturday or whenever you can, wherever you are at. It tells us even if those words come from who you call your elder. For it reads, the hoary head is a crown of glory. If, note the condition, it be found in the way of righteousness. So we have a lot of hoary-head brothers among ourselves that we give glory and prestige to and call them our elders. And many times they have lied to thee. Many times they have displayed evil devices and instructions to thee. And the Almighty let us know that the hoary head is a crown of glory, if it be found in the way of righteousness. If not, it is no glory. If not, they do not supposed to be honored with glory, nor crowned with glory, because when you found them as hoary-headed men or women, you found them not in righteousness, not confirming and acknowledging every word as being pure. It tells us, he that is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he that rule his spirit, not being easily misled, not following the multitude to do evil, but he that rules his spirit, than he that takes a city. The lot is cast into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof is of Yahweh. And I like to go to one more place dealing with wisdom before we jump into this great presentation. And that place is found in the 28th chapter of Proverbs, where today's title comes from. And it tells us in the 28th chapter of Proverbs, if we pick up at the very first verse, we will read to the 13th verse. Proverbs 28, 1 through 13. And it reads, and warning, one more time before we get in this great presentation. And the warning that you should have received thus far is to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, to not lean upon your own understanding when it comes to all that Yahweh has said and done. Thus, the very first verse tells us, the wicked flees when no man pursues, but the righteous are bold as a lion. And I remember when I started teaching, many of my brothers, my companions and friends told me that maybe it was not a good idea to speak to the many Marays about time. Maybe we should deal with another subject instead of time, because time was one of our brothers who oppressed us ways of being established, and they would fight tooth and nail with me about time. But the Spirit of the Almighty that was on me have always had me equipped to talk to my brothers and sisters about time. I don't think it's anything concerning tithes that is found in our Holy Scripture that I do not know and understand. So the Spirit that has been placed upon me is to rebuke our brothers and sisters. And one of the main subject matters that I have found myself rebuking my brothers and sisters about is tithes and offerings, because I truly understand that the poor man that oppresses the poor is like a great sweeping rain, like a flood, like a hurricane that leaveth no food. Thus it tells us in Proverbs the 28th chapter, the first verse, the wicked flees when no man pursues, but the righteous are bold as a lion. And I come dealing with these tithes bold each and every time. For the transgression of a land, many are the princes thereof, but by a man of understanding and knowledge, the state thereof shall be prolonged. A poor man, please take note that this is not your brother's words, but these are the words of your Creator accusing your poor brother of oppressing you. Thus it reads, a poor man that oppressed the poor is like a sweeping rain which leaves no food. They that forsake the law praise the wicked. If you forsake the first year, if you forsake the third year, and you are doing and leaning upon your own understanding or your brother understanding and doing it according to what he has said, you are one, as it reads, that forsake the law. Because according to Deuteronomy the 14th chapter, the 14th verse to the 29th verse, or should I have said, the 20th Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, the 22nd verse to the 29th verse, tells us exactly when Yahweh commanded Israel to do and how and when to keep his time in the land that they possess. Anything else is praising the wicked. It says, and not keeping the law. They that forsake the law praise the wicked, but such as keep the law contend with them. And that's all we're doing today in this matter of controversy, contending with our brothers to keep this law as it is written. Evil men understand not judgment, but they that seek Yahweh understand all things. And many times when our brothers and sisters speak to us about time, speak to us about the Sabbath, they have no understanding of the judgment. And the Almighty said they denote evil men that don't understand judgment. But they that seek Yahweh, they that fear Yahweh, they that depart from evil understand all things. Better is the poor that walk in his uprightness or walk in his integrity than the poor being oppressed and following the multitude of the evil, or the multitude of evil men and women. Better is the poor that walk in his uprightness than he that is perverse in his ways, though he be rich. So sometimes you might even increase in your evilness, but it's not a blessing. Thus it continue to tell us, whoso, in the 7th verse, keep the law is a wise son. And all we're trying to do is confirm every word. But he that is a companion of rowdiest men, shame his father. And all you that teach that we are under the law of time have done nothing but shamed the words of Yahweh. That is another way of taking the word in the name of Yahweh in vain. Thus it tells us, he that by usury and unjust gain increase his substance. And that's where most of our brothers and sisters get their substance from, by usury and unjust gain. And one example of usury dealing with the tithes, many of our brothers and sisters that don't have true knowledge, wisdom, nor understanding will tell you, if you borrow from the tithe that you have given, the money, should I have said, that you have given, they will put a fifth to it based on their lack of understanding that is found, or their lack of understanding of Leviticus, the 27th chapter. So it wind up being usury. It wind up you paying more, like a loan shark. You paying more back to the people that is oppressing you, and you found yourself in a funky situation where you had to borrow from them because you are poor and oppressed it. But when you paid it back, you was even oppressed it more by way of usury, to where you had to give them a fifth more. Thus it tells us again in the 8th verse of the 28th chapter of Proverbs, he that by usury and it lets you know it is not good, and unjust gain increase his substance, he shall gather it for him that will pity the poor. So even though you gathered it, it's going to be like a bag with a hole in it, where you never really get to keep it, where you never really get to increase thereof, and you will leave it to the one that will show mercy and pity on the poor. He that turn away his ear from hearing these things, it says, he that turn away his ear from hearing the law, the same law that is found in Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, it reads, even his prayer shall be an abomination. Whoso causes the righteous to go astray, and to tell me that we are to pay tithes in bondage, that we are to pay tithes on Saturday, is truly causing the righteous to go astray in an evil way. He shall find himself he shall fall himself into his own pit. But the righteous, but the upright, those that understand, those that can see, it says, but the upright shall have good things in possession. The rich man is wise in his own conceit, but the poor that have understanding searches him out each and every day. When the righteous man do rejoice, there is great glory. But when the wicked rises, a man is hidden. And the last verse that we will read, it tells us, he that covers his sins shall not prosper, but whoso confess, that's exactly what it says, and we are truly wrong. It says, but whoso confess and forsake, you got to fear Yahweh and depart. It says, but whoso confess and forsake them shall have mercy. And today, all we have been begging for is Yahweh's mercy. And we will continue to seek his mercy by confirming that every word of Elohim is pure. Let us please turn our scriptures to the book of the law, to the book of Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, in the wilderness, under the covenant of the law, which a lot of our brothers and sisters truly disregard. I don't care what subject matter they are speaking about. This law here is one that is truly disregarded. And the law denotes controversy. And it's a great law, for it allows us to know where we are at. It also allows us to know if we are truly under the covenant of the law or not. And it allows us to know and to be upright and sure, the surety of all that Yahweh has said. For the Almighty said when the Israelites would be under the covenant of the law, that he will leave men in the midst of them, in the place that he placed his name, to be able to show the surety of all manners of controversy dealing with the words of the law. And the word of the law that we have a controversy on today is tithes and offerings. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, if we all turn there, please, these great words. And note where your brother is taking you, because many of our brothers and sisters love to say that they deal with the law. They love to say that we're under the law. And that in itself is a matter of controversy, which could easily be determined true or untrue if they were truly under the covenant of the law, because they would find this place, they would find this office, and they will find the men mentioned in this office to refute all manners of controversy dealing with the voice of Yahweh. And I wanted to make emphasis on that because many of you that read the law are not taking heed to the law. You're not taking heed to what is found in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter. And it's not a mistake that Deuteronomy 17 is written, but it is a way to allow one to not lean upon their own understanding. For when you do so, it only brings forth evil and folly. And the Almighty didn't want his people to be in an evil state. Thus, there was a way to deal with all controversy. And most times, controversy denotes one or two not being for sure or knowing what Yahweh said and what Yahweh did. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, if we pick up let's pick up at the very first verse. For the very first verse tells us of the things that Yahweh hates, and that denotes an abomination. And then it goes into witnessing of such an evil act. So let's pick up at the very first verse. And let's please take heed to all that you find in these verses. For it tells us in the very first verse of Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, these words. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto Yahweh thy Elohim any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish. And the reason I wanted to start at the first verse, because it speaks about sacrifice and dealing with the tithes and offerings. There were sacrifices made. Thus, it allows us to know, even during the time of time, what sacrifices could or could not be accepted. Thus, it tells us again in the first verse, thou shalt not sacrifice unto Yahweh thy Elohim any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish, or any evil fevered evil favoredness or favoredness, for that is an abomination unto Yahweh thy Elohim. If there be found among you within any of thy gates, please take note, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, man or woman, that have wrought wickedness in the sight of Yahweh thy Elohim. How? In transgressing his covenant, and have gone and served other gods, and worshiped them, either the god of the sun, the god of the moon, or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded. And it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquire diligently, like you do in the New Testament, but the Almighty said you're supposed to be inquiring his words, and you're supposed to inquire his words diligently. And behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that such an abomination is wrought in Israel, in the land of promise, among the chosen. Then shall thou bring forth that man or that woman, because Yahweh is not a respecter of person, which have committed that wicked thing into thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die. Not the Almighty going to kill them. It tells us by law and instruction what is supposed to happen to that man or that woman that commit such abomination in Israel. It tells us in the 6th verse, and I heard recently one of the brothers that many of y'all listen to, I think his name is Zion Lex, made a comment that capital punishment was never done outside the land. And that was great that he brought that up, but the point he was trying to make was judgment was still commanded to be done abroad. It's just that capital punishment was not. And that is a lie. If regular judgment was to be done abroad, so was capital punishment. For these words that we are reading was for the house of Israel to be used or to govern themselves in the land of promise. So all the forms of judgment, even the capital punishment of judgment, was only done in the confounds of the land of promise. That whole geographical location was under the judgments of Yahweh. Thus, it tells us in the 6th verse, at the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. But at the mouth of 1 witness he shall not be put to death. The hands of the witnesses shall be first. And many of you say you are the witnesses of Yahweh. So if what you are saying is true, and you are truly witnessing, and you are truly under the covenant of the law today, then you are instructed to do these things. Thus it reads, the hand of the witnesses shall be first upon him, to put him to death, and afterwards the hands of all the people. And you want a good example of that? You can find that in Numbers, the 15th chapter, the 32nd verse to the 36th verse, showing a great example of the witnesses seeing one commit an abomination, which was he that defiled the Sabbath day, and you found exactly what we find here in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, being displayed on that wicked man by the witnesses and all the people. It was not Yahweh that judged them. It was you, who Yahweh hath chosen to be rulers over the land of promise. Thus it tells us again in the 8th verse, if there arise a matter, let me finish the 7th verse, for it says, the hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. And why should the Israelites execute such a drastic judgment? It tells us, so thou shalt put the evil away from among you. So that's what the judgment denotes. It's righteous, and it is used to put the evil from among you and out of the great land of promise. Thus it reads in the 8th verse, if there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment between blood and blood, and there is a matter right now which seems to be too hard for Israel to come to the righteous conclusion that Yahweh only commanded Israel to tie from the land of promise, from the increase that he blessed them with. Thus it reads in the 8th verse, if there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plead and plead, between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, then, so if we were having these conversations within our gates in the land of promise, under the covenant of the law, we were supposed to bring these matters that is too hard for us. It reads, then shall thou arise and get thee up into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. Not one of these classes, not one of these churches, but in the place that Yahweh shall choose. And thou shalt come into the priests, the Levites, and note the instruction, not to a moray, not to a pastor, not to your brother and sister, not to the elder, but it says, and thou shalt come into the priests, the Levites, and into the judge that shall be in those days. So it allows us to know if we truly under the covenant of the law today, speaking about the tithes and offerings, and speaking about the poor man that oppresses the poor, the Almighty promised us that there will be a place where the priests, the Levites will be. There will be a place where the judge will be. In those days that you are supposed to be under the covenant of the law in your land. And we know today there is not a place, and we know today there is not a priest nor the judges among us. So how can we be under the covenant of the law? Why should we even be talking about tithes and offerings? Because we have brothers and sisters that have leaned upon their own understanding and have stole from the children of Israel. And we are showing and making a distinction between their evil ways and that which is right. Thus it reads in the 9th verse, and thou shalt come into the priests, the Levites, and into the judge, that shall be, not might be, and this is a indictment against any of those that teach they're under the covenant of the law today. Because if you were, according to the word, according to the voice of your Creator, there shall be in those days, and inquire, and they, not your brother, not what is found in the New Testament, but they shall show thee the sentence of judgment. And was they to show it, just to show it, or was they to do it, as it reads in Deuteronomy 27:26? Cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. And all the people said, Amen. It says, and thou shalt do according to the sentence which they, the priests and the judges of those days, when you find yourself under the covenant of the law, which they of that place, the place that Yahweh chose, the place that Yahweh placed his name, the place that Yahweh said will be a place that Israel was to go to in matters of controversy. And thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place, which Yahweh shall choose, shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all, not the best you can, not some, but all that they inform thee. According to the sentence of the law, which they shall teach thee, since you say you under it, and you are keeping it, and according to the judgment, for there is no law without judgment, which they shall tell thee. Thou shalt do, thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand nor to the left. And the man, please take note how serious this is and why your brother is using this chapter dealing with controversy. For it says, in the man that will do presumptuously, that will continue to teach that you are to pay tithes from wherever you are at, that will continue to teach that tithes are to be paid on Saturday. It says, in the man that will do presumptuously and will not hearken. And when you do not hearken, it is as the sin of witchcraft. It says, into the priests that stand to minister there before Yahweh thy Elohim, or into the judge, even that man shall die, and die those that witness the crime, And those that judge the crime, it says, and die, shall put away the evil from Israel. And that's why we need that place today, because there is a lot of evil among Israel, and there is a lot of opinions among Israel, but there is no office today among Israel to squash all these controversies, to put evil away from us. There's a controversy that's been floating around for years, and it just raised its evil head, dealing with some of our brothers by the name of Kyrie Irving and Kanye West and any other black man or woman that have pronounced to the world that they were the seed of Shem and that they were not anti-Semitic. For we are not Semitics, but we are Shemitic. And if we were truly under the covenant of the law, we wouldn't be prosecuted by our enemies, because we teach that we love each other, that we love our color, that we are Shematics, that we are the blessed people, the colorful people on the face of this earth. We wouldn't be prosecuted by our enemies if we were under the covenant of the law and found ourselves in all of our dwellings. But today, as I just stated, there's another controversy among us. And the white man or the enemy is prosecuting us for our knowledge of ourselves. But it would not go down like that if we were under the covenant of the law, if we had this office set up, because the priest and the judge of the day will allow us and the world to know that we are Shemitic or Shemites, and that we are the chosen people on the face of the earth. Matter of fact, if we were under the covenant of the law and doing all that Yahweh said, we wouldn't have the enemy trying to prosecute us. But according to Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, it tells us that the enemy will say, what a wise and understanding people that the Shemites are, and that they have Elohim among them and all that they call upon them for. So it's a great example that we are not under the covenant of the law just based on the words of your enemies, how your enemies prosecute you for acknowledging who you are. But back to the point found in Deuteronomy 17, it closes according to the 13th verse, and it says, and all, not some, but all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously. For there is not an opinion with the word and law of Yahweh. It is an instruction, and all of the Israelites were supposed to follow and obey and hearken to every word. And many people have brought their lack of understanding to their brother when I first started bringing out this great law that is found in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, dealing with controversy. And they say, well, brother, you lack understanding. It talks about witnessing of killing someone that might have done what is found in the 2nd and 3rd verse of Deuteronomy 17. And I expected that answer, especially from one that is that tries to cover up their sin. I expected that. Thus, the Almighty showed us, if we all turn to 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter. Let me show you what Yahweh showed us to rebuke our brothers, to give them a greater understanding of what Yahweh is saying and have done. 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter. And what we find in 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter, is a verification that the controversy does not just deal, even though what they said is found in the 2nd and 3rd verse of Deuteronomy 17 is law. But it does not just deal with those particular laws found in the 2nd and 3rd verse. Thus, it allows us to know that it deals with all that Yahweh has said. And we can find that truth in 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter. If we pick up at the the 4th verse. We'll pick up at the 4th verse. And it reads, and Jehoshaphat, 2 Chronicles 19, verse 4. And Jehoshaphat dwelt at Jerusalem, where Yahweh last placed his name. The first place that Yahweh placed his name, according to our scriptures, is Shiloh. The last place that Yahweh placed his name, according to the chronological of our holy scriptures, was Jerusalem. Thus, it tells us in the 4th verse, and Jehoshaphat dwelt at Jerusalem. And he went out again through the people, from Beersheba to Mount Ephraim, and brought them back into Yahweh Elohim of their fathers. And this matter of controversy and this great presentation, the poor man that oppresses the poor, is being used to bring the people back to Yahweh's word. It says, and brought them back into Yahweh Elohim of their fathers. And he set judges in the land throughout all the fenced cities of Yehudah, city by city, and said unto the judges, take heed what ye do, for ye judge not for man. And that's what you read in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter. That was not the judgment for man. That was the judgment for Elohim. Those are the laws given Israel to govern themselves in the land of promise among Yahweh Elohim. Thus it reads again, and said to the judges, take heed what ye do, for ye judge not for man, but for Yahweh, who is with you in the judgment. Wherefore now let the fear of Yahweh be upon you. Take heed and do it, for there is no iniquity with Yahweh our Elohim, nor respect of persons, nor taking of gift, for those things blind the eyes of the wise. The 8th verse reads, moreover, in Jerusalem did Jehoshaphat set of the Levites and of the priests. Note what he did in Jerusalem. Even though judges were set up from Beersheba to Ephraim, from city to city, note what the 8th verse says. The same that is found in Deuteronomy the 17th, in the place that Yahweh chose. Thus it reads, moreover, in Jerusalem did Jehoshaphat set of the Levites, and of the priests, and of the chiefs of the fathers of Israel. For what? For the judgment of Yahweh, and for controversies when they returned to Jerusalem. So again, Israel, if you are truly under the covenant of the law, there shall be a place in Jerusalem that you can go to for all manner of controversy, even dealing with tithes and offerings. And when you get to that place, you should find a priest of the Levites and judges in the place that Yahweh placed his name. And they will show you the sentence. Not just if you bow down to the sun or the moon or the host of heaven, but it says in the 9th verse, and he charged them, saying, thus shall you do in the fear of Yahweh, faithfully and with a perfect heart. And what cause soever. Please circle that 10th verse for your brothers that will tell you that that's not talking about the law. It says in the 10th verse, and what cause soever shall come to you of your brethren that dwell in their cities, between blood and blood, between law and commandment, between statute and judgments, ye shall even warn them, as we are doing this day, that they trespass not against Yahweh, and so wrath come upon you and upon your brethren. This do, and ye shall not trespass. And behold, Amariah, the chief priest, is over you in all manners of Yahweh. And Zebediah, the son of Ishmael, the ruler of the house of Yehudah, for all the king's matters. Also the Levites shall be officers before you. It was told them, deal courageously, and Yahweh shall be with the good. And that's why when we deal with this subject matter, our brothers and sisters have not a leg to stand on, because they know what they are saying is not true, and they know that Yahweh is not among them. They know that they are not dealing courageously, and they know that they do not represent the good. Even after the times, for we have just showed, dealing with these matters of controversy, when the children of Israel was first under the law, 40 years later in the wilderness, that these instructions was given them. We just showed in 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter, once the monarchy was set up, the kingdom was set up, we find that these same laws of instructions was given to them. And even after they messed up and was sent to the second Exodus, which was found and done in Babylon, the Almighty promised Israel, and they return that he changes not, and these same words was told for the remnant of those that will come out of Babylon. And let's establish that truth by everyone turning their holy scriptures to the book of Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. So there was 3 times, 3 different periods in Israel history where these great instructions are made. And we all know that Yahweh changes not. Thus, as your brother have said many times, if Israel were under the covenant of the law, this office would be established because Yahweh changed not, and Yahweh make no mistakes, and there is no iniquity in Yahweh. Thus, it tells us in Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, if we pick up at the 23rd verse, and we will read to the 24th verse, and it reads, and they, well, let's start at the we'll start at the 18th verse. And it allows us to know, I'll start at the 15th verse. Allowing us to know that this is another time in their sojourning. And it tells us that even after they are punished from Babylon, that they will be reestablished. And it's telling us who the priest and what house he is being established. And then we will read into the same instructions that we found in Deuteronomy 17 and the same instructions we found in 2 Chronicles 19. So let's start at the 15th verse of the 44th chapter of Ezekiel, and it reads, but the priests, the Levites, the sons of Zadok, that kept the charge of my sanctuary, when the children of Israel went astray from me, they shall come near to me to minister unto me, and they shall stand before me to offer unto me the fat and the blood, said Yahweh Elohim. They shall enter into my sanctuary, and they shall come near to my table to minister unto me, and they shall keep my charge. And it shall come to pass that when they enter at the gate of the inner court, they shall be clothed with linen garments, and no wool shall come upon them, while they minister in the gates of the inner court and within. They shall have linen bonnets on their heads, and shall have linen breeches upon their lions. They shall not gird themselves with anything that cause sweat. And when they go forth into the other court, even into the other court to the people, they shall put off their garments wherein they ministered, and lay them in the holy chambers. And they shall put on other garments, and they shall not sanctify the people with their garments. Neither shall they shave their heads, nor suffer their locks to grow long. They shall only poll their heads. Neither shall any priest drink wine when they enter into the inner courts. Please take note of all these instructions. And these same instructions apply when it gets to the matters of controversy and making a distinction or a difference between the holy and the profane. Thus it reads, neither shall any priest drink wine when they enter into the inner courts, neither shall they take for their wives a widow, nor her that is put away, but they shall take maidens of the seed of the house of Israel, or a widow that had a priest before. And note the 23rd and 24th verse. And they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and profane, and cause them to discern between the unclean and the clean, as we are trying to do this day. For a time in America and abroad, what you have worked so hard for is truly unclean. The last verse that we will read is found in the 24th verse, and it reads, and in controversy they shall stand in judgment, and they shall judge it, whatever the matter is. And the matter we know to be was just told us in 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter, and it told us exactly what the matter would be. And again, those matters is between blood and blood, between law and commandment, statutes and judgments. Ye shall even warn them that they trespass not against Yahweh, and so wrath come upon you and upon your brethren. This do, and ye shall not trespass. So when we read the 24th verse, we know exactly what it detains. Thus it reads in closing, and in controversy they shall stand in judgment, and they shall judge it according to my judgments, and they shall keep my laws and my statutes and all my assemblies, and they shall hallow my Sabbaths. And note, when it says, and they shall hallow my Sabbaths, that means to sanctify his Sabbaths. That means that the Sabbaths should not be defiled. And if the Sabbath is defiled, we know the judgment that is attached. And if you forgot, all you got to do is read Exodus 31, verse 13 to verse 16, and then read Numbers, the 15th chapter, the 32nd verse through the 36th verse, and you will truly know what it means when it says, and they shall keep my laws and my statutes and all my assembly, and they shall hallow my Sabbath. Because if you read up in that same verse, the 24th verse, it says, and they shall judge it according to my judgments. And that's a great proof, with the judgments not being executed, that the Israelites are not under the covenant of the law, and that the priests and the judges that is mentioned in Deuteronomy 17, mentioned in 2 Chronicles 19, and also mentioned in this chapter, Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, is no longer among us. And they are not among us because we are not in the land of promise, nor are we among the covenant of the law. It tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Proverbs again, I would like to inject a couple more words of wisdom. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 22nd chapter, we all turn there quickly. And it tells us in the 22nd chapter of Proverbs, if we pick up at the 17th verse, and it reads, if we pick up at the 16th verse, and it reads, and we will read to the 21st verse, or should I have said the 22nd verse, and it reads, he that oppresses the poor to increase his riches. And many of our brothers have increased their riches by oppressing the poor. Those that sit in those classes and congregations and cadasses and churches are poor. And they wind up doing what our title denotes. The poor man that oppresses the poor. He is like a sweeping rain that leaves no food. Thus it tells us in the 16th verse of Proverbs 22, he that oppressed the poor to increase his riches, and he that gives to the rich shall surely come to want. And many of us are giving to the rich because they done became rich off our backs, off our paychecks. What Almighty said, both of you are fools. He that oppressed the poor to increase his riches, and he that give to the rich. But the Almighty let us know the end result is shall surely come to want. Because of that sweeping rain that leaves no food. The 17th verse reads, bow down thy ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply thy heart into my knowledge. For it is a pleasant thing if thou keep them within thee. They shall wither be fitted in thy lips, that thy trust may be in Yahweh. I have made known to thee this day, even to thee. Have not I written to thee excellent things, and counsel, and knowledge? the last verse reads, well, we're going to read down to the 22nd, that I might make thee know, as we are doing today, the certainty of the words of truth, that thou mayest answer the words of truth to them that sin into thee. And thus we are answering with the words of truth this day. And in closing, it tells us, I'll read all the way to the 23rd verse. Sorry about that. The 22nd verse says, rob not the poor. And how is the poor being robbed today? By way of tithes and offerings. Rob not the poor because he is poor, neither oppress the afflicted in the gate. And we all are truly afflicted. For Yahweh will plead their cause and spoil the soul of those that spoiled you and I. Let us turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 12th chapter. And I'm going here to establish what was initially promised to Abraham. And I'm doing this that we may take note of what was said to our fathers and what denoted where the blessings would befall us or befall them. If we turn to Genesis, the 12th chapter, we see in the very first verse to the 7th verse these great words of Yahweh calling out Abram. And we find in these words that Abram would be blessed, and that Abram was told to follow Yahweh. And Yahweh was taking Abram to the land that he would possess. Thus it tells us in Genesis 12:1, now Yahweh had said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country. No, you couldn't be wherever you are at. You couldn't even be where your nativity was, where you was originally born. There was only one promised land, and to be in the promised land, to be in the land that Yahweh was going to bless, to be in the land and be recipients of the increase of that land, you had to follow these great instructions and find yourself in the land of promise, which was the glory of all lands. Thus it reads again in the first verse of the 12th chapter of Genesis, now Yahweh has said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, into a land, not wherever you at, not the world, but into a land that I will show thee. And that's the only land that we was to proclaim as all of our dwellings. And I will make of thee a great nation. That nation was a nation in one geographical location, and it denoted their country, their nation, their kingdom, their dwellings, their inheritance, the land that they possess. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Where? Wherever you are at or in that great land. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curse thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. And please take note that to do this great deed and for these words to come into fruition, Israel had to be in the land that Yahweh took them to. Israel had to be in the land that Yahweh said he would bless. So Abram obeyed. It reads, so Abram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him. He didn't say, well, can't I be wherever I be? He didn't say, ain't you the Elohim of the whole earth? So wherever I'm at in your creation, I'm supposed to do this? Absolutely not, because it would have been in disobedience. Thus it reads again, so Abram departed as Yahweh has spoken unto him. And Lot went with him because he understood what Yahweh said to Abram. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarah his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran, and they went forth to go into where? The land of Canaan, which is all of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob's dwellings. It reads, and into the land of Canaan they came as commanded. And Abram passed through the land and to the place of Shechem and to the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanites was then in the land. And Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said, into thy seed will I give this land. Please take note. And I've taken you here to allow you to know from the beginning to the end, it was always about the land of Canaan, especially when it comes to tithes and offerings. Thus, the 7th verse reads again, and Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said, into thy seed will I give this land, and there built he an altar unto Yahweh who appeared unto him. And I'll go ahead and read that 8th verse and 9th verse, because it denotes that they went into Canaan by name. For it lets us know in the 8th verse, and he removed from thence into a mountain on the east of Bethel, which is only found in the land of Canaan, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west and Hai on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh and called upon the name of Yahweh. So I wanted y'all to see the blessings that was initially given. And the blessing that was initially given was the land of promise, the land that was called the land of Canaan. And your brother is teaching today that tithes and offerings only came by way of the land of Canaan, the land that Israel was to inherit and possess forever. And it was the glory of all lands. Thus, it tells us if we take a quick look, I'll bring that up next. Let's go to Genesis, the 14th chapter. Genesis, the 14th chapter. I'm trying another angle to put emphasis on the land, since people seem to not understand that tithe was never paid outside the land of Canaan. And since people don't understand what Yahweh was telling the Israelites in the days that he was giving them the instructions of his great 7 feast days, that all your dwellings only denoted the land of promise. Thus, it tells us in Genesis, the 14th chapter, and if we pick up at the 17th verse. Genesis, the 14th chapter. The 17th verse tells us, and we're going to read to the 24th verse, and it reads, and the king of Sodom, please take note, went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shava, which is the king's dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, Salem is in the land of Canaan. Salem was the first place, I want to make sure I'm saying that right. Salem is in the land of Canaan. And it says that Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High Elohim, El Shaddai. And he blessed him and said, blessed be Abram of the Most High Elohim. And we found in the 12th chapter of Genesis where the Almighty told Abram, he that blessed you shall be blessed, and they that curse you shall be cursed, and that ye shall bless the families of the earth. Thus it tells us again in the 18th verse, and Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High Elohim. And he blessed him and said, blessed be Abram of the Most High Elohim, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High Elohim, El Shaddai, which had delivered thy enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all. This is the first rendering of the word tithe that you will find in your Holy Scripture. And tithe means a fifth in Hebrew. Thus it reads in the 21st verse, And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself. This is not the king of Salem speaking, but the king of Sodom. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up my hand unto Yahweh, the Most High Elohim, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread, even to the shoelace, and that I will not take anything that is thine. Well, I was taught that Melchizedek did not pay tithes, or Abram did not pay tithes, but Melchizedek was paying tithes. And what we just read was the response of Abram. And as we are looking with our eyes today, we see that that is not so. The response that we just read that Abram gave was not to Melchizedek, who is the king of Salem, which brought forth bread and wine and was the priest of the Most High, but his response was to the king of Sodom. Thus it reads. Least thou should say, I save only that which the young man hath eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Abner, Eshcol, and Mari, let them take their portion. So the story allows us to know that a tithe was paid in the land of Canaan, dealing with our great father Abraham and dealing with King Melchizedek of Salem, who was the priest of El Shaddai, Most High Elohim. And while we find ourselves in Genesis, let's take a look at the 15th chapter. And let's pick up in the 15th verse. Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 15th verse tells us to the 21st verse these words. And thou shalt go to thy father in peace, speaking to Abraham. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation, they, your seed, shall come hither again. For the iniquity of the Amorites, which were people that inhabited the land of Canaan, is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, note the covenant of this great land that many of you are forgetting in your evil practices. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, it was dark. Behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day, Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, and to thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt into the great river, the river Euphrates, and the Kenites, and the Kenzites, and the Kidmonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Gershites, and the Jebusites. So the Almighty promised Abram and his seed all of this land. So all of this land that is covenanted with Abram would only denote all the dwellings of the children of Israel, and all that Yahweh commanded them to do was to be done in this great geographical location. None other, unless you can show us where Yahweh have added or taken away. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a quick look, the last look that we will take in the book of Genesis, the 28th chapter, to allow us to know by way of testimony that Yahweh changes not. So we just read what was told to our father Abram. We just seen what was done in his days dealing with Melchizedek, the priest of El Shaddai in Salem. And then we later on in retrospect dealing with Abram's grandson, which was called Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, these great words. And these great words denote what we have taught over and over again. All time was only done and commanded the Israelites to be done in the land of Canaan. Thus we see in Genesis the 28th chapter, if we pick up at the 16th verse. Genesis, the 28th chapter, the 16th verse. And it reads, let's start at the 14th verse. That way we tie in the same promise that was made to Abram. We'll pick up at the 13th verse. Sorry about that. Let's start at the 13th verse, and it reads, and behold, Yahweh stood above it, and said, I am Yahweh Elohim of Abraham, thy father, and the Elohim of Isaac. The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. So their land would not be wherever they at. That has never been the promise. And if later on in retrospect it became wherever they are at, then that will be a lie or a breaking of the covenant with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. Thus it reads, again in the 13th verse, and behold, Yahweh stood above it and said, I am Yahweh Elohim of Abraham thy father, and the Elohim of Isaac. The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed, period. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee, and in thy seed, shall all the families of the earth be blessed. The exact same words that was said in Genesis 12 and 12. It says, and behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places whither thou goes, and will bring thee again. Note, your dwellings can't be wherever you at if Yahweh going to bring you from wherever you at back again into this land. Your dwellings must be only in that land. If you found yourself somewhere else, look at the promise. The promise is to bring you back again into this land, which is none other than the land of Canaan. The land, the glory of all land. Again, will denote that the other places can't be your dwellings. If this place that your brother is illuminating is the glory of all lands, and you find yourself in all the other lands, then you can't be in your dwellings, because those lands do not denote the land that Yahweh will bring his people back to. Thus it reads again in the 15th verse, and behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places whither thou goes, and will bring thee again into this land. For I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken of thee of. And Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, surely Yahweh is in this place, not wherever you at, but in this place. And I knew it not. And that's what's wrong with many of our brothers today. They think that Yahweh is wherever they are at, or wherever they say Yahweh is at. But Yahweh is the Elohim of the world, but he have chosen this place. And this is the place where the blessings of Israel will befall. Thus it reads, as Jacob spoke, again in the 16th verse, he said that this place, and I knew it not. The 17th verse reads, and he was afraid, and said, how dreadful is this place? Not wherever you at, not the world. It says, and he was afraid, and said, how dreadful is this place? This is none other but the house of Elohim. And this is the gate of heaven. The gate of heaven is not found wherever you are at, but it is found in your dwellings. And it tells us, and Jacob rose up early in the morning and took the stone that he had put for his pillars and set it up for a pillar and pulled all upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place. Note the name of that place. Even in his grandson days, he called the place Bethel. If y'all have forgotten that quick, remember or reflect on what was said in the 12th chapter of Genesis, when the Almighty initially got your grandfather or got your great father Abraham. And it says again, in case you forgot, it reads in the 8th verse of the 12th chapter, and he removed from thence into a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west and Haiti on the east. So it allows us to know that the same place that Abraham was sent to and built an altar, his grandson was sent to and built an altar. And it was none other than the land of Canaan. Thus it reads, again in the 19th verse of Genesis, the 28th chapter, and he called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Jacob, please take note, and Jacob vowed a vow, saying, if Elohim will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread. Please take note, it's talking about an increase. If you ain't got no bread and you giving bread, you have increased. It says, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again, not wherever we are at, but come again to my father's house in peace. Well, where was his father's house? According to the story, Yahweh took his father to the land of Canaan. Then shall Yahweh be my Elohim. And please take note of the 22nd verse, the second rendering of tithes. It says, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Elohim's house. Elohim's house, the gate of heaven, is not wherever you are at. It is only known according to your holy scripture in one geographical location. And that location is called the land of Canaan. Thus it tells us in closing, in the 22nd verse, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Elohim's house. And of all, please take note, that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the 10th into thee. The second rendering of tithing in your holy scripture. Genesis 14, dealing with Melchizedek, is the first rendering. And they use the word tithe. The second rendering is found here in Genesis, the 28th chapter, the 22nd verse. And they define tithes by the 10th. And if you look up tithe, the word tithe, you will find that it denotes a 10th. So Melchizedek and Jacob is speaking about the exact same word. And they both acknowledge tithing was only done in the land of Canaan, which is the point, one of the points we are making today, and making a distinction between the clean and the unclean. The only clean place for tithing was the place that Yahweh have chose. Any other place is unclean. And it also tells us, after receiving this great knowledge, if we take a look at the book of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. Let's go to the 20th chapter. Since we're leaving out of Genesis, let's go to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. Even later on, in retrospect, the people understood that their dwellings was known to be the gates of heaven, that their dwelling was known to be the land that Yahweh possessed and where Yahweh would be found. Thus, it tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, that great land could never denote wherever you are at. That great land could never denote anything unclean. Thus, it tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, if we take a quick look at the 6th verse. For the 6th verse tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, and the day that I lift up my hand into them to bring them forth of the land of Egypt and to a land, no, not wherever they are at, not any land, not wherever you at in the world, but into a land that I, the Creator himself, had espied for them. So your dwellings can't be wherever you at. If you say your dwellings is wherever you at, you are disobeying that which Yahweh espied for you. It says, and to a land that I espied for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is, not might be, but which is the glory of all lands. So, for all you that teach evil, that teach folly, that teach that Israel dwellings is wherever they are at, is a liar. And the Almighty is calling you a liar by letting you know that the land that he gave Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is their dwellings, and that dwellings is the glory of all lands. So if dwellings mean wherever you at, wherever land you might be, then that is not the definition that Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But the land that he promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, has he made a difference or a distinction between all the other lands in the world. Thus, it is called the glory of all lands. And is rehearsed in this chapter over and over again, and is making a great point that no matter what you think, no matter how you lean upon your own understanding, there is only one land that Yahweh gave Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in their seed, and it denoted their dwellings. It denoted a land that they inherit. It denoted the land that they possess, and it denotes the glory of all lands. Thus, it says the exact same thing in the 15th verse. And it reads, yet also I lift up my hand into them in the wilderness, that I would not bring, note the punishment, note what he said that he would not do because of their disobedience. It says, it don't say, yet also I lift up my hand into them in the wilderness, that I would not bring them into wherever they at or wherever they find themselves. That ain't what is written. But it specifies a specific land, that I will not bring them into the land which I have given them. And that's all you got to deal with. When you in doubt, when you are confused of what you're reading, just go back to the promise. Go back to the promise of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That should clear up your understanding in all your dwellings. And I have used this angle over and over again to open up the eyes of Israel, that the land that Yahweh is speaking about is the land that you possess, as it is written throughout the law. But it continues to confirm in the 15th verse that I would not bring them into the land which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is, Israel, the glory of all lands. As we read in the 6th verse, which is the glory of all lands. And we that fear Yahweh and refuse to do evil, this is more than enough to put us back on the right track, the right path, to have the understanding of what it means in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 2nd and 3rd verse, and all thy dwellings. It is none other than the gates of heaven. It is none other than the land that Yahweh promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look in the book of Leviticus, the 27th chapter. Leviticus, the 27th chapter. Since we used a lot of emphasis on the land, let's get back to the tithe and the offering. And it tells us in Leviticus, the 27th chapter, which is the last chapter of Leviticus. And it allows us to know that Yahweh changed not in his instructions to the priests. Thus, it tells us in Leviticus, the 27th chapter, if we pick up at the 30th verse and read to the 33rd verse, these great words. And it reads, and all the tithe of the land, not of the world, nor of wherever you find yourself, but the instruction of the law is, and all the tithe of the land, whether of seed of the land or of the fruit of the tree, is Yahweh's. It is holy unto Yahweh. Not wherever you at. It didn't say one word about your wages. The 31st verse reads, and if a man will at all redeem aught of his tithes, he shall add thereto a 5th part thereof. And concerning the tithe of the herd, or of the flock, even of whatsoever pass under the rod, the 10th, the same terminology found in Genesis 28, dealing with Jacob, the 10th shall be holy unto Yahweh. He shall not search whether it be good or bad, neither shall he change it. And if he change it at all, then both it, which was initially offered, and the change thereof shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed. And this word redeem has nothing to do with borrow. But with our brothers and sisters not fearing Yahweh and teaching of their evil, they have applied that the word redeem means to borrow, and it does not. You can look it up in your Hebrew concordance. Let me find out exactly the Hebrew concordance number for it. That way I can give it to you, and you can look it up in your search. It tells us the word redeem in Leviticus, the 27th chapter. I thought I had it wrote down in my notes. 1 second. Redeem can be found in your Hebrew concordance under 6299. 6299 for the definition of redeem. And whoever can find the word borrow, please bring it forth during the time of the questions and comments. But you can rest assured that your brother have done that homework, and redeem does not mean borrow. Even though the wicked man, that poor wicked man that oppresses the poor, have used the word redeem for his benefit and have taught the people that it means borrow. It has nothing to do with borrow whatsoever. And one way that you can easily find that out is apply the word redeem to your Creator, for He is your Redeemer. He is the one that redeemed you from Egypt. Did He borrow you? Would the word Yahweh being our Redeemer mean He is borrowing us? Absolutely not. Nor does the word redeem denote borrow. If you look at Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 68th verse, where you find no man shall redeem you. Is that saying no man shall borrow you? Absolutely not. So again, our wicked brothers and sisters have replaced the word redeem, which means to buy back, take back, and not borrow. Thus, it closed with the 34th verse, and it reads, "These are the commandments which Yahweh commanded Moses for the children of Israel and Mount Sinai." So it lets us know that this is part of the covenant of the law that was made with Israel, that Moses had to tell them, dealing with Yahweh tie, dealing with the tenth of Yahweh, and it denoted that this tie or tenth came out of the land that Yahweh gave you, which is called the glory of all lands and the gate of heaven. Please don't forget that part. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Numbers, to continue to squash this controversy and to continue to point the finger at the poor man that oppresses the poor, it tells us in Numbers, the 18th chapter, if we all turn there, please. Numbers, the 18th chapter. And it tells us in Numbers, the 18th chapter, if we pick up at the 21st verse, and it reads in Numbers, the 18th chapter, the 21st verse to the 32nd verse, and it reads, "And behold," I'll start at the 20th. "And Yahweh speak unto Aaron, thou shalt have no inheritance in their land." Please take note. It's talking about one of their brothers, that they will not have an inheritance in their land. So the same land that is speaking to Aaron is the same land that their brothers supposed to inherit, possess, and that denote all of their dwellings and the glory of all lands. Thus it reads in the 20th verse, "And Yahweh speak unto Aaron, thou shalt have no inheritance in their land." Not wherever they at. You definitely ain't going to have no inheritance wherever they at. But the command is that they will have no inheritance in their land. "Neither shall thou have any part among them," their brethren, I am thy part and thy inheritance among the children of Israel. And behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tenth, another term for tithe. And you can look up this word tenth in your Hebrew concordance under 46:43. Thus it reads again, and behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tenth in Israel for an inheritance, for their service which they serve, even the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Neither must the children of Israel henceforth come nigh the tabernacle of the congregation, lest they bear sin and die. But the Levites shall do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, and they shall bear their iniquity. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, that among the children of Israel they have no inheritance. And that is not talking about wherever Israel is at. It is talking about among the children of Israel inheritance. And we just showed what the inheritance of the children of Israel denoted. It denoted the land, the geographical location that Yahweh covenanted with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And it is known not just to Israel, but to the world, the glory of all lands. Thus it reads, the 24th verse, but the tithes of the children of Israel, which they offer as an heave offering unto Yahweh, I have given to the Levites. A heave offering denotes a tenth of the best of all the offerings. I have given to Levi to inherit. Therefore I have said unto them, among the children of Israel they shall have no inheritance. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, thus speak unto the Levites, and say unto them, when ye take, note, when ye take of the children of Israel the tithes which I have given you from them for your inheritance, then ye shall offer up an heave offering, which is the tenth of the best, a heave offering of it for Yahweh, even a tenth part of the tithe. And this, your heave offering, shall be reckoned unto you, as though it were the corn of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress, and increase. Thus ye shall offer an heave offering unto Yahweh of all your tithes, which ye received of the children of Israel. And ye shall give thereof Yahweh's heave offering to Aaron the priest. Out of all your gifts ye shall offer every heave offering of Yahweh, of all the best thereof, even the hollow part thereof out of it. Therefore thou shalt say unto them, when ye have heaved the best thereof from it, then it shall be counted unto the Levites as the increase, please take note, of the threshing floor, and as the increase of the winepress, only from that land. And ye shall eat it in every place, ye in your households, for it is your reward for your service in the tabernacle of the congregation. Well, today there is no tabernacle. Today there is no priest. Today there is no Levite. So why would you be paying tithes, or why would you be giving your tenth to someone that called himself a priest when there is no priest? Why would you try to take care of your brother, the Levites, when you don't have an inheritance? That's backwards. That's the poor man that oppresses the poor. It tells us in the 31st and 32nd verse, and ye shall eat it in every place, ye in your household, for it is your reward for your service in the tabernacle of the congregation. And ye shall bear no sin. Please take note, because if you do it any other way, you are bearing sin. And ye shall bear no sin by reason of it, when ye have heaved from it the best of it. Neither shall ye pollute the holy things of the children of Israel, lest ye die. And please take note of the judgment dealing with these great holy things called tithes and offerings. You just ain't been killed. That's why you don't fear Yahweh and keep stealing and robbing and oppressing your brothers and sisters. But if it was executed speedily, many of you would get this teaching and lay it or leave it alone, because you know that you would die. It also tells us, Israel, if we pick up in the book of Deuteronomy, let's go to the 11th chapter to try to put a little more emphasis on the land and allow us to know the life of the Israelite in that land and how they was to govern themselves with the laws and statutes and commandments, and how they had the knowledge that this new land that they went into was the glory of all lands, and it was the land that they would find themselves blessed in, not wherever they found themselves. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And it reads, if we pick up at the 8th verse, Deuteronomy 11, we're going to pick up at the 8th verse. And it reads, therefore shall ye keep all the commandments which I command you this day, that ye may be strong and go in. Please take note. It does not say, therefore shall ye keep all the commandments which I command you, that ye may be strong in the enemy's land. That you are to turn back to his law and be strong in the enemy's land. But what it does tells us is, again, in the 8th verse, therefore shall you keep all the commandments, those that's under the covenant of the law, which I command you in the wilderness. This is the 40th year of their wandering in the wilderness. They have been out of captivity for over 40 years at this time. Thus it reads, which I command you this day, that ye may be strong 40 years after they came out of Egypt, and go in and possess. Do y'all know what the word possess means? The land. Whether you go to possess it, and the only place they went, according to the covenant made with their fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, is the land of Canaan. That is the only land that they possess. That is their inheritance forever. The Proverbs tells us that we are not to remove our Father's landmark. And many of you that don't have wisdom have removed your Father's landmark each and every day when you teach the world that your dwellings is wherever you are at. You have removed your Father's landmark, which denote that you have no wisdom. The 9th verse reads, and that ye may prolong your days. Where? Wherever you at, it says in the land. That is singular. Which Yahweh sware unto your father. That's why I took you to Genesis 12. To give unto them and to their seed a land. Not many lands, not wherever you at, but a land that flows with milk and honey. For the land that your brother is trying to get you to understand that you are forsaking when you tell your brothers and sisters to pay tithes, or when you tell your brothers and sisters your dwelling is wherever you at, it says in the 10th verse of the 11th chapter of Deuteronomy, for the land, singular, whether thy goes in to possess it, is not as the land of Egypt. So it cannot be the place of your captivity. How about that? It reads, as the land of Egypt, from which ye came out, where thy sowest. And many people want to take you in the book of Exodus and show that Israel dwelt in the land of Goshen, where the Almighty squashes that controversy by establishing that the land, whether thy goes in to possess it, the land that Yahweh gave you, is not as the land of Egypt, from which ye came out. So where you was at in Egypt could never be the dwellings that Yahweh have told Israel to dwell in, according to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 2nd and 3rd verse. Period. There is no wisdom above Yahweh, nor is there any iniquity in Yahweh. Thus, Yahweh is setting the record straight with these words. You just got to know where they're at, and I do. Thus, it tells us again in the 10th verse, for the land whether thy goes in to possess it is not as the land of Egypt, from whence ye came out, where thou sowest thy seed, and water it with thy foot, as a garden of herbs. But the land, whether ye go to possess it, is a land of hills, and valleys, and drinking water of the rain of heaven. A land, please take note, how Yahweh looked after the glory of all lands. It says a land which Yahweh thy Elohim care for. The eyes, you might not know, but Yahweh definitely know the land that he gave Israel, and the land that he commanded them and instructed them to pay tithes of. Because it reads, the eyes of Yahweh thy Elohim are always upon it, from the beginning of the year even into the end of the year. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently into my commandments, which I command you this day, to love Yahweh your Elohim, and to and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season. Not the rain of the enemy's land. And a lot of people don't see that when they run to 1 Kings 8. They don't see that it talks about the blessing of their land. So they say they returning to the Almighty law, but the land is not being blessed. Not the land that was given to them. Most of us don't even know what that land is. But you find yourself in the enemy land bringing up 1 Kings 8 and disregarding 1 Kings 9. And both of them denotes a particular land. And the land that it denotes is the land that Yahweh's name is in. And there's only one land that Yahweh's name is in. There's only one land that is known as the glory of all lands. It is only one land that is known as the gates of heaven. And it is not wherever you are at. Thus it tells us that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, and you can rest assured and believe that it will be an increase, and thy wine and thy oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourself, that your heart be not deceived as it is today, and ye turn aside as you have done today, and served other gods, or served man theology, which is none other than religion, and worship them. Then Yahweh's wrath will be kindled against you, and he shut up the heavens, that there be no rain, not in the enemy's land, but your land, and that the land, your land, yield not her fruit. That's the punishment for disobedience, and lest ye perish quickly from off, please take note, the good land which Yahweh give you. Therefore shall you lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlet between your eyes, and ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, whereat in the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers, not wherever you at, to give them as the days of heaven upon the earth. So again, this great land denoted the place where the tithe and the tenth would come from. This great land denotes where your increase would come from. And the Almighty warned our fathers that therefore shall you lay these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as a frontlet between your eyes, and that you shall teach them to your children. Because if not, then the Almighty said in the 17th verse, and then Yahweh's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heavens, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which Yahweh give you. And that's a good time to go back into the book of Leviticus. Let's go back to Leviticus the 18th chapter. And let's see and get a greater understanding of what Yahweh said he would do if you did not obey him, and how that land will not increase for you. for it tells us in the 18th chapter of Leviticus. I think that's where I want to go. And it tells us in the 18th chapter of Leviticus, if we pick up at the 25th verse. Let's start at the 24th verse. And it reads to the 30th verse. Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations, the 7 nations that was on that land before you, which denoted the 7 nations of Canaan, the same nations you find mentioned in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 18th to the 21st verse. Thus it reads again, defile not yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it. And the land itself vomit out her inhabitants. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourn among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land, this particular geographical location, is defiled, that the land spur you not out also, when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you, as it has spewed out the nation of Israel this day. For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the soul that commit them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall you keep my ordinances, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. And one more warning of instruction is found in the 20th chapter of Leviticus. And it tells us in the 20th chapter of Leviticus, if we pick up at the 22nd verse, Leviticus 20 and 22, it tells us to the 26th verse, it reads, ye shall therefore keep all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them, that the land, please take note, whether I bring you to dwell therein, this is all your dwellings, spew you not out, as it has done. And ye shall not walk in the matter of the nation, which I cast out before you, for they committed all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said unto you, ye shall inherit their land, and I will give it into you to possess it. Not sojourn, but to possess it. A land that floweth with milk and honey. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. And please take note when you are set apart, when you are under the covenant of the law in that particular land. For it reads, a land that floweth with milk and honey, I am Yahweh, your Elohim, which have separated, set apart, consecrated, sanctified you from other people. Ye shall therefore put difference, make a distinction from where you are and where you should be. Ye shall therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean, and between the unclean fowl and clean. And ye shall not make your souls abominable by beasts, or by fowl, or by any manner of living thing that creep on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. And ye shall be holy unto me, for I, Yahweh, am holy, and have severed when you were in your own land under the covenant of the law, and have severed you from other people, that ye should be mine. That is the sign. That is the sign of the covenant. That is the sign of the Sabbath. When Yahweh separates you, when Yahweh sanctifies you, and Yahweh is your Elohim, and you have become his people, you are truly set apart. But we know that the Israelites sinned. The Israelites did the same abominations. Thus, let me take you one more place before we get back on these ties. And that place is found in Jeremiah. Jeremiah, I think it's the 19th chapter. Excuse me, Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. We want the 19th verse. Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. And let's read the 19th verse together to allow us to know that Yahweh meant what he said, and he said what he meant. And when the children of Israel committed the same abominations, that same geographical location casted them out, just like it casted the people or the 7 nations that was on it before you and I. Thus it tells us in Jeremiah 9 and 19 these great words. For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded. Why? Because we have forsaken the land. Not wherever you at, not the world, but this particular geographical location. Because we have forsaken the land. Because our dwellings, all of them, have cast us out. Now, people teach wherever you at today is your dwelling. If that is so, how could that be when the scripture says what denotes our dwellings have cast us out? So wherever we landed from being cast out of this particular geographical location could never be our dwellings. Never. And I'll challenge any brother or sister that's tried to establish our dwellings is wherever we at, and not the promise that was made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thus, it tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. And we can go on and on and on establishing this truth. Because Yahweh said he will be with the good. Yahweh said he will be with those that fear him and depart from evil. Yahweh said he will be with those that defend and help the poor. Well, let's continue helping the poor. And let's continue pointing the finger at the poor man that oppresses the poor. Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, please. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, if we pick up at the 5th verse. And it tells us in the 5th verse, I love to read the 1st verse, and then let's jump to the 5th verse. It tells us in the 5th verse, dealing with these great instructions of where worship is to be placed and where worship is to be done in this special place. It says, these are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe. Wherever you at? No, it says to do in the land which Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers give thee, to possess it. Just while they in the land or forever? It says all the days that you live upon the earth. So it would never change. It's always that one geographical location. The 5th verse reads, but into the place which Yahweh your Elohim should choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even into his habitation shall ye seek. And tighter thy shall come. And tighter ye shall bring, as we read in Leviticus the 27th chapter, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices and your tithes and heave offerings of your hand and your vows and your free will offerings and the firstlings of your herd and of your flocks. And there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into, ye and your households, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee. Note where the blessings will be. Ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. And note, at that time there was no tithes nor offerings being made, because they were not in the wilderness. They were not in the land of promise yet. They were in the wilderness, and they were in the wilderness for 40 years. And that should allow you to know that it was not wherever you was at, but in the place that Yahweh commanded, because they were in the wilderness for 40 years, and they never paid tithes nor offerings. Why not? Because they were not in the land that would yield the increase, nor were they in the land where their blessings came from. Thus it reads again in the 8th verse, ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day, every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. Why not? For ye are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance, the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you. But when ye go over Jordan, when you get there, and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety. Your dwellings can never be among the enemy and dwell safely at the same time, Israel. Then there shall be a place that your brother is talking about, which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there, the same place where you will find the priest and the judge for all matters of controversy. Tighter shall ye bring all that I command you, your burnt offering, your sacrifices, your tithes, and the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows which ye vow unto Yahweh. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your manservant, and your maidservant, and the Levite that is within your gates, for as much as he have no part nor inheritance with you. Take heed to thyself that thou offer not thy burnt offerings. Please take note, in every place that thou seest, but in the place which Yahweh shall choose, in one of thy tribes. There and only there thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there shalt thou do all that I command thee. Hallelujah. It also tells us in the 14th chapter, if we turn there, please. And it instructs the Israelites in the same wise, for it allows us to know in the first 2 verses of the 14th chapter, ye are the children of Yahweh, your Elohim. Ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. For thy art an holy people unto Yahweh thy Elohim. And Yahweh hath chosen thee to be a particular people unto himself. And this particular people have to do what Yahweh said, dealing with all matters of tithes and offerings. Thus it reads, to be a particular people unto himself above all the nations that are upon the earth. The 22nd verse reads, thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed that the field bring forth year by year. It don't say nothing about no wages, no check, nothing. And we have taught terribly and evil to our brothers and sisters. We got rappers today talking about they pay the 10th and all that. They are just as off as they so-called elders and leaders that teach that we ought to pay a tithe today. And many times we know that a lot of our brothers that have forsaken the word of Yah, they sing in their lyrics that they paying tithes. And it should allow you to know that they in error because they have no wisdom. Well, in the 22nd verse it says, thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed, that the field bring forth year by year. The field is the field found in the land of Canaan. And thou shalt eat before Yahweh thy Elohim in the land of Canaan, in the place which he shall choose to place his name there. The tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thy oil, and the firstling of thy herd and of thy flock. Why? What would that display? Even today, having this knowledge, what would that display? And it reads, that thou mayest learn to fear Yahweh, thy Elohim, always. So again, Israel, if you're doing it any other way, then what is written in this scripture, if you following the multitude to do evil, you are truly doing evil against the instructions of this word. Thus it tells us, and if the way be too long for thee, if you all the way in America and you trying to get to the land of Canaan, it says, so that thou art not able to carry it, which it would not be America, because that which is found in America is not accepted. Where it is talking about too long for thee, it is talking about the whole great land of Canaan that Yahweh gave you. For your dwellings was in the midst of Canaan. So if your dwellings was too far from the dwelling of your brother where Yahweh placed his name, it reads, so that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from thee, which Yahweh thy Elohim should choose to set his name there, then Yahweh thy Elohim had blessed when Yahweh thy Elohim had blessed thee, then thou should turn it into money and bind up the money in thy hand. And give it to your brother, it says, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusts after, for corn, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul desire, and thou shalt eat there before Yahweh thy Elohim, and thou shalt rejoice, thy and thy household, dealing with the first year tithe. Then it says in the 27th verse, and the Levite that is within thy gates, thou shalt not forsake him, for he have no part nor inheritance with thee. So again, it allows us to know the only way we paid tithes and took care of our brother was with our inheritance, and we have no inheritance in the land of the enemy. The 28th verse reads, at the end of 3 years, not the end of the week, not the end of Friday, but it says at the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thy increase the same year. The tithe of thy increase, not the tithe of thy wages, but the tithe of thy increase the same year. And thou shalt lay it up within thy gates. The gates denote your dwellings in the land of Canaan. And the Levite, because he have no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, which many of you have robbed, the fatherless and the widow, which are within thy gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, that Yahweh, thy Elohim, may bless thee and all the work of thy hand which thou doest. So it truly denotes the land of promise, and all the tithes came from the land of promise, and the tithes was to be paid or collected from the land of promise in the first year and the third year. Period. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 26th chapter of the Deuteronomy, and note, they love talking about the law, and that's all we have read out of so far. We used a couple of testimonies out of the book of the writings, but so far we have used the majority of the law and wisdom, and it tells us that our brothers and sisters are truly in error. Thus, it tells us in the 26th chapter of Deuteronomy, dealing with the offerings that one would give after they get done harvesting. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 26th chapter, I would like to read the first 11 verses of Deuteronomy, the 26th chapter, and it reads, and it shall be, when thou art come into the land which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee for an inheritance, and possess it, and dwellest all of your dwellings therein. And just taking heed of the instructions should allow us to know how evil our brothers are in refusing the instructions. The second verse reads, that thou shalt take of the first of all the fruit of the earth, which thou shalt bring of thy land. Please take note. That Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, and thou shalt put it in a basket, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to place his name there. That place was the same place that you brought all manners of controversy. And if we were under the covenant of the law today, we would bring this particular controversy there. We would bring the controversy dealing with our brothers being Shemitic or Shemitic. All those matters of controversy would come to that place to be squashed. But not so today. Instead, you are being prosecuted by your enemies. It tells us, Israel, again in the second verse, that thou shalt take of the first of all thy fruit of the earth, which thou shalt bring of thy land, that Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, and shall put it in a basket, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to place his name there. And thou shalt go into the priest, that as it read in Deuteronomy 17 would be there in those days. It says, and thou shalt go into the priest that shall be in those days, the exact same writing, Israel, and say unto them, or unto him, I profess this day unto Yahweh thy Elohim, that I am come into the country. No, it's a country, not the world, which Yahweh sware unto our fathers for to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of the hand and set it down before the altar of Yahweh thy Elohim. And thou shalt speak, if you are honest, and say, before Yahweh thy Elohim, a Syrian ready to perish was my father, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. And the Egyptians evil entreated us, and inflicted us, and laid upon us hard burden. And when we cried unto Yahweh, our Elohim, the Elohim of our fathers, Yahweh heard our voice, and looked on our affliction and our labor and our oppression. Please take note what it took for Yahweh to remember the covenant. It wasn't for you to reenact what he commanded to be done in the land of promise, wherever you at, but it told us again, and when we cried unto Yahweh, our Elohim, the Elohim of our fathers, Yahweh heard our voice and looked on our affliction and our labor and our oppression. Even the poor man that oppressed the poor. Oppression is oppression. It says, and Yahweh brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs, and with wonders. And he hath brought us into this place, a singular place, and have given us this land, even a land that floweth with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first fruits of the land, which thy, Yahweh, have given me. And thou shalt set it before Yahweh thy Elohim, and worship before Yahweh thy Elohim. And thou shalt rejoice in every good thing which Yahweh thy Elohim have given into thee, and into thy house, thy and the Levite, and the stranger that is among you. When thou hast made an end of time, all the tithes of thy increase, the third year, not Saturday, which is the year of time, and has given it into the Levites, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within thy gates and be filled. Then shalt thou say before Yahweh thy Elohim, I have brought away the hollow things out of my house, and also have given them into the Levite, and to the stranger, to the fatherless, and to the widow, according to all thy commandments, not according to your heart, not according to your own understanding. We don't care you out there giving cheap sandwiches away, and now that's good, but that has nothing to do with this. That has nothing to do with you lying to your brothers and sisters. That has nothing to do with you stealing from your brothers and sisters, the fatherless and the widow. That has nothing to do with the poor man that oppresses the poor. For it tells us again, we that have eyes and we that fear Yahweh, it says, then thou shalt say before Yahweh thy Elohim, I have brought away the hollow things out of my house, and also have given them and to the Levite, and to the stranger, to the fatherless, to the widow, according to all thy commandments, which thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed thy commandment, neither have I forgotten them. And all our brothers and sisters, all our elders and marays that collect tithes cannot quote this honesty, cannot quote this truth, because they're going to either have to say they didn't know, they forgot them, or they had no understanding, which will denote that they transgress the command. And I would like to just read this last little part. Matter of fact, I'll just keep reading, because it allows us to know that many of our brothers and sisters are accused of these things, either by way of transgressing the commandment or them forgetting the commandments. For the 14th verse says, I have not eaten thereof in my mourning. Many of them have. Neither have I taken aught or taken away aught thereof for any unclean use. All of them have. Nor given aught thereof for the dead. But I have hearkened to the voice of Yahweh my Elohim, and have done according to all, not some, not the best I can. I didn't come up with my own device. It says, according to all that thou hast commanded me. Look down from thy holy habitation, from heaven, and bless thy people Israel. And what? Wherever they at? Absolutely not. But it reads, in the land which thou hast given us, as thy swear into our fathers, a land that floweth with milk and honey. This day, nor can they say this truthfully, this day Yahweh thy Elohim hath commanded thee to do these statutes and judgments. Thou shalt therefore keep and do them with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Thou shalt avouch, as we have done this day, Yahweh this day to be thy Elohim, and to walk in his ways. Thus we teach him, and to keep his statutes, and his commandments, and his judgments, and to hearken unto his voice. And Yahweh have avouched thee this day to be his particular people, as he promised thee, and that thou should keep all his commandments, and to make thee high above all nations. Well, being in what you call your dwellings, you are the tail. You are low in all nations, which he hath made in praise and in name and in honor, and that thou mayest be an holy people unto Yahweh thy Elohim, as he has spoken. And you are not being a holy people, nor have you made a distinction between the holy and the unholy, when you rob your brothers and sisters by way of tithes and offerings. It tells us, if we take a look in the book of 2 Chronicles again, this time we will find ourselves in the 31st chapter, that will give us a testimony of increase, since many of us have no idea of what the increase denote. You think it's coming from your wages, because they start you off, lowballed you from the get-go, and then they finally give you $1 or or a couple of cents for the whole year raise because they see you working yourself to death, and you think that's an increase. Well, according to 2 Chronicles, the 31st chapter, it will give us a better understanding of increase. And it has nothing to do with your wages. For it tells us in the 31st chapter of Chronicles, dealing with King Hezekiah, dealing with the people being in their land under the covenant of the law. If we take a look at the 4th verse, it tells us, to the 6th verse, these words. Moreover, he commanded the people that dwelt in Jerusalem, the place that Yahweh placed his name, to give the portion of the priests. And the portion of the priests is called what, Israel? The heave offering. And the Levites, that they might be encouraged in the law of Yahweh. And as soon as the commandment came abroad, the children of Israel brought in abundance the first fruit of corn, wine, and oil, and honey, and of all the increase, please take note, of the field, and the tithe of all things brought they in abundance. And concerning the children of Israel in Yehudah that dwelt in the cities of Yehudah, they also brought in the tithes of oxen and sheep, and of the tithe of holy things, which were consecrated unto Yahweh their Elohim, and laid them by heaps. That's what increase denotes. It has nothing to do with your wages. We got Moray's teaching that, well, we was employed and working in diamonds and gold and silver and hers, and yes, we were. But still, what Yahweh commanded Israel was the increase from the field. It was the increase of the animals. It was not of the increase of gold and silver. Gold and silver was found in the ground that you had to dig up. That was not the increase. The increase dealt with the land and the livestock. Even though we might have had occupations in diamonds, in gold, and in silver. It also tells us if we take a look in the book of Nehemiah, the 10th chapter, Nehemiah, the 10th chapter. And this denote later on in retrospect. This denote after the Israelites came up out of Babylon. What we just read in 2 Chronicles 31 is before they went into Babylon, when they found themselves under the law, when they found themselves in the land of promise. Now we're in the book of Nehemiah, and this is after they messed up and went to Babylon and came back home. In the 10th chapter, it tells us in the 37th verse, if we turn there, please, these great words. And it reads, I'll start at the 34th verse. And it reads in the 34th verse of the 10th chapter of Nehemiah, and we cast the lots among the priests, the Levites, and the people for the wood offering to bring it into the house of our Elohim, after the houses of our fathers, at times appointed year by year, to burn upon the altar of Yahweh our Elohim, as it is written in the law. For you that say you're under the law, and to bring the first fruits of the of our ground. Note, to bring the first fruits of our ground, and the first fruits of all trees, year by year, into the house of Yahweh. Also, the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle, as it is written in the law, and the firstlings of our herds and of our flocks, to bring to the house of our Elohim, and to the priests that ministered in the house of our Elohim. And that we should bring the first fruit of our dough and of our offerings, and the fruit of all manner of trees, of wine and of oil, and to the priests, to the chamberers of the house of our Elohim, and the tithe of our ground, and to the Levites, that the same Levites might have tithes in all the cities of our tillage, your dwellings. And the priest, the son of Aaron, should be with the Levites when the Levites take tithes, and the Levites shall bring up the tithe of the tithes, which is the heave offering, into the house of our Elohim, to the chambers, and to the treasure house. For the children of Israel and the children of Levi shall bring the offering of the corn, of the new wine, and the oil, into the chambers, where are the vessels of the sanctuary, and the priests that minister, and the porters, and the singers, and we will not forsake doing it any other way. You are forsaking the word of Yah. You are forsaking the instructions of Yah. We will not forsake the house of our Elohim. We also find in the 12th chapter of the book of Nehemiah, once they got home from the second Exodus, which was Babylon, we find in the 12th chapter, if we take a quick look at the 44th verse to the 47th verse, and it reads, and at that time were some appointed over the chambers for the treasures, for the treasuries, for the offerings, for the first fruit, and for the tithes, to gather into them out of the fields of the cities. Note where the tithes came from the fields, and the cities, the portions of the law for the priests and the Levites. For Yehuda rejoiced for the priests and for the Levites that waited. And both the singers and the porters kept the ward of their Elohim, and the ward of the purification, according to the commandment of David and of Solomon his son. For in the day of David and Asa of old, there were chiefs of the singers and songs of praises and thanksgiving unto Elohim. It also tells us in the 13th chapter, if we take a look there at the 11th and the 12th verse, and it reads, I'll start at the 10th. It reads to the 13th verse, and I perceive that the portions of the Levites had not been given, that for the Levites and the singers that did the work were fleed every one to his field. Then contended I with the rulers, and said, why is the house of Elohim forsaken? And I gathered them together and set them in their place, as we are setting our brothers, the poor man that oppresses the poor, in place. It says, then brought all Yehuda the tithe of the corn, and the new wine, and the oil into the treasuries. And I made treasures treasurers over the treasuries, Shemaliah the priest, and Zadok the scribe, and of the Levites, Penadiah, and next to them was Hannah, the son of Zechor, and son of Mattaniah, for they were counted faithful, and their office was to distribute into their brethren. Remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this, and wipe not out my good deeds that I have done, setting up the tithes and offerings according to the law, according as it is written. That is a good deed that I have done for the house of my Elohim and for the office thereof. It also tells us in the book of Leviticus, the 26th, one more time in the law. And then we'll close this great presentation with Malachi 3. Right now, let's all go Leviticus, the 26th chapter. For in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, it tells us, as it told us in Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, and told us in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the first verses, and I think I'll read that. I'll read this here in Leviticus 26, then we'll go to Deuteronomy 28, and we'll close with Malachi 3. In Leviticus 26, it tells us, if we pick up at the 3rd verse, I'll pick up at the 2nd, and it reads, Ye shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahweh. If, note the conditions, note where the blessings would come from based on the conditions. If ye walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and do them, then I will give you rain in due season. We know what that means based on Deuteronomy, the 11th chapter. Then I will give you rain in due season. And the land, not the world, nor what you call your dwellings, but it reads, and the land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the field shall yield her fruit. So again, where do your increase come? From your wages or from your obedience? It reads, again in the 4th verse, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit, and your threshing shall reach into the vintage, and the vintage shall reach into the sowing time, and ye shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your own, or dwell in your land safely. And I will give peace in the land, and ye shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. I will rid evil beasts out of the land, singular. Neither shall the sword go through your land. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy, one more place in the law, and then we will end with the prophet. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter tells us, if we pick up at the very first verse and read to the 14th verse, and it reads, allowing us to know about our increase, allowing us to know what blessings are, and what Yahweh said is the blessings of Israel. Even though we got people teaching what they denote as blessings, the Almighty have already written and instructed his children what the blessings would be. Thus it reads in Deuteronomy 28, verse 1, and it shall come to pass, note the condition, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day. That Yahweh thy Elohim will set thee on high above all nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim. Again, Israel, your increase did not come by way of your wages, but it came by way of your obedience. The third verse reads, blessed shall thou be in the city, and blessed shall thou be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, the increase, Israel, of thy kind, and the flock of thy sheep. Blessed shall be thy basket and thy store. Blessed shall thou be when thou comest in, and blessed shall thou be when thou goest out. Yahweh shall cause thy enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face. They shall come out against thee one way, and flee before thee 7 ways. Yahweh shall command the blessing upon thee in thy storehouses, the same treasuries that we read about in the book of Nehemiah, and in all that thou settest thy hand into, and he shall bless thee in the land, not wherever you at, nor what you call your dwellings, but in that geographical location that is here called the land, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee. Yahweh shall establish thee an holy people unto himself, as he has sworn unto thee, if thou shalt keep the commandments of Yahweh thy Elohim and walk in his ways. And all the people, please take note, and not today, they are prosecuting you for calling yourself Shemnatic or Shemite or the seed of Abraham. But it tells us under the covenant of the law, and Yahweh being blessing you because you are following and doing all the conditions thereof. It says in the 10th verse of the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy, and all the people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of Yahweh. They don't see that today. We got Kyrie Irving and Kanye West being prosecuted because they call on the name of Yahweh, or they call on the people of Yahweh. But if they were under the covenant of the law, if they were not being ruled by the rod of man and by the stripes of the sons of man, the scripture tells us in the 10th verse, and all the people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of Yahweh, and they shall be afraid of thee. And Yahweh shall make thee plenteous in goods, and in fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy ground, in the land which Yahweh sware unto thy fathers to give thee. Yahweh shall open unto thee his good treasures, the heaven, to give the rain into thy land in his season, and to bless all the work of thy hand. And thou shalt lend into many nations, and thou shalt not borrow, as you do this day. And Yahweh shall make thee the head and not the tail, as you are this day. And thou shalt be above only, as you are not this day, and thou shalt not be beneath, as you are this day, if thou hearken unto the commandments of Yahweh thy Elohim, which I command thee this day. And that includes every word of tithes and offerings, to observe and to do them. And thou shalt not go aside from any of the words, not one. So when you render out your mouth every Saturday, you have went aside from the word which I command thee this day, to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. And the Almighty said, when you don't hearken, it's just like idolatry. So it's the same as going and serving some other God. In closing, Israel, we all should turn to Malachi, the 3rd chapter. And it reads, and give us testimonies of our fathers not hearkening to the words of Yah. Thus it reads in Malachi 3 and 6. And the question is asked, for I am Yahweh, I change not. Therefore ye sons of Jacob are not consumed. Even from the day of your fathers ye are gone away from my ordinances, and have not kept them. And the Almighty is reproving you today, because even though you're not under the law, you're not in the land of promise, you still have not confirmed his words, and you have gone away from his ordinances by teaching that you can do that which is holy in a profane place. It says again in the 7th verse, even from the days of your fathers, you are gone away from my ordinances and have not kept them. Return unto me, return unto the word that we have taught this day, and I will return unto you, said Yahweh of hosts. But ye said, wherein shall we return? And the answer is the words that you just heard, the reproof that you just heard today. You are to return into it. It says, but ye say, wherein shall we return? Will a man rob Elohim? And the answer is absolutely yes. And how do a man rob Elohim? When the poor man that oppresses the poor. It says, will a man rob Elohim? Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee? The answer is in tithes and offerings. Ye are cursed with a curse, for ye have robbed me, even this whole nation. But if you follow instructions, it reads in the 10th verse, bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in my house, and prove me, test me now herewith, said Yahweh of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing. And we just read Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, 1 to 14, so we know the blessing. It says, and pour, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it. I will end on that note, and by praising Yahweh, by saying that his mercy endures forever, and saying shalom to Israel. We will open up for comments and questions. Is there any comments or questions dealing with the presentation that we named the poor man that oppresses the poor? That's our questions.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Shalom, shalom.
Another wonderful comment.
Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Shalom, brother
Hello.
and sister.
Hello. Shalom.
Is there any comments or questions? I heard the first comment, another beautiful presentation. Is there any other comments or questions? Dealing with this great subject, the poor man that oppresses the poor. Do we get that wisdom now? Do we understand what it means when we read in Proverbs 28, the poor man that oppresses the poor is like a sweeping rain that leaveth no food? Do we understand that wisdom now?
Absolutely.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Shalom, this is Brother Yamin, Cincinnati, Ohio. I think it's beautiful that it's the consistency of the scriptures, how Abraham paid the tithe in Genesis. He was in the land of Canaan as well. So that's all the way until the last tithe in Malachi. So that was beautiful. Very consistent. All praise to the Most High.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? That was a great comment. Dealing with the words of Yahweh. Yahweh is the one that reproves us, even though we are ones doing the reading and confirming. But as it reads in Proverbs 35 and 6, every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found a liar. And based on these words, many of our brothers, elders, marays, have been found liars. Excuse me for the way I sound. I had to run up the steps to get another phone. But yes, many of our brothers and sisters have been reproved today with this presentation, which was called The Poor Man That Oppresses the Poor. They have been reproved today, and they have been found liars. They have been found robbers of the children of Israel. And those are abominations that Yahweh hates, no matter what title they are holding. The things that they are doing are abominations that your Creator hates.
Yes, indeed. What a great light today.
I didn't hear you, brother. Say that again.
I say, yes, indeed, a great light to bring people out of darkness. And it should be helpful because when I realized these words years ago, that what your teaching is on, I've been doing a little better financially.
Hallelujah. Just think about that. I mean, that's a great truth, because just think about it. If you giving 10% of whatever you got, and you don't give 10% of that no more, you got a little more money because you didn't give 10% of whatever you got. And a lot of times people was forced. I use strong arm robbery. And the strong arm robbery is not done by a gun, it's done by your mouth. So many of us have been robbed strong armedly by our brothers and sisters' teachings. We are actually being robbed. We are tricked. We don't even feel right if we don't go in our pocket and get that man that money. Like I said, I just heard a rap song the other day where the rapper said, I don't know if it's Dre or one of them guys, they said that they giving tithes. They giving the tenth. So that's what I'm saying. People saying they giving tenths are people that don't have understanding.
Absolutely. My comment on that, if I may
go ahead,
a little further. Okay. I had an experience where I went to church. I wasn't really I wasn't really heavy in the scriptures at the time, and came up with a situation where I was a little short on the rent. And some of my friends who were, brothers and sisters in the Christian faith, they say, well, you need to come on down to our church and our pastor, we help the poor all the time. And I said, really? I said, I just need it until next week. I can even give it back. And they said, yeah, come on down. So I went down and went in, and they told me, they said, well, you're going to have to give a little something. And that same day, the pastor's sermon happened to be on tithing. And I ended up giving my last $25. And he said, hey, you got to have faith, and in who or whatever, it doesn't matter. But I put that $25 in there. They arranged for a meeting. I walked out of there empty-handed because it was just that. What I'm emphasizing here is not to pick on anybody in particular, but there's so many different ways that we get robbed under these false pretenses, under this false doctrine that they're teaching that's not founded in Yahweh's scriptures. But that was just a little testimony I wanted to give. I walked out of there, and they gave me a meeting, and the pastor told me in front of the deacons, he says, I said, well, but I gave my last. They told me, and I listened to your sermon. I just need it just till next week. That's when I get my money. He said, I said, I'll sign a paper or anything, give you my license, whatever. I was desperate, man. He told me, he said, I told him, my mama's sick. I'm trying to keep her out. It's just a matter of 7 days I have my money. If y'all could just help me out this one time. He said, well, you can make a pitch to the congregation. He said, but we don't give no money to strangers. You have to be a member.
He probably said it just like that, a member.
That's what I'm imitating him. And I mean, not imitating, but I'm trying to give it like, the way it came to me. He gave it to me just like that. So I'm not beating the man up or nothing, because he was in the dark too, probably. I don't know. But it was a sad day that day. I walked out, me and my sick mama got kicked out. You know what I'm saying? And it was a weird situation. It was a weird situation. And it wasn't my fault though. It was the company's check, the accounting, something didn't act right, and the money didn't go on my account. They had some kind of mix up that week, and it just happened to be the week that my rent money was due. So it was just one of them funny things, because I was on a month-to-month lease,
But like you said, like you said, brother, you was desperate, and I hurry up and relate that to the poor. Most of us are desperate. When we are poor and oppressed, we are desperate. That's why we wind up with bad loans and all type of stuff, because we're desperate and we need the things. And they are essential for our survival, but we poor, so we're going to get oppressed, even among our brothers. And the example that you just brought up, I'm quite sure. I mean, you don't have to, but I know personally, even people on this call that was in the same similar situation, dealing with the Israelites, and they was charged a fifth for whatever they borrowed, and they also was told that they wouldn't be a recipient of the money because they didn't have a long standing in the congregation. They got to ask other people, and other people got to say yes good. Say yes good to loan it to this guy because he a friend of mine or whatever. And what the Christians in them do is, when people come in and they done been displaced or they need money for rent, even though they just passed the basket around 3 or 4 times that day, when they come to your sad story, guess what they do? They take up what is called a mountain offering. Even though you're collecting tithes right in front of my face, now you about to collect some more tithes from the oppressed people here to try to help me. If that ain't oppression, I don't know what it's called. That's oppression.
I can tell you what it's called, brother. It's called being pressed down. So they press down on you. Don't tell me, because that's taking
I done went in my pocket. I'm not you, but I heard your plea. But I just went in my pocket 3 times. The basket came past me 3 times, so I done went in my pocket 3 times. Now they bringing up your situation. And to help you, I got to go in my pocket again. That's 4 times in one day. Come on, now we all poor.
That's so sad, man. It's sad. It's sad. But we made it. We still
But
here.
I just wanted to say that and make sure y'all don't forget now, the Israelites are just as oppressive, because they will make you pay 1/5 of what you earn. That is what a loan shark does.
Absolutely. And the rest, and I have even, I graduated and moved on to, in my search, I was true to my heart, and I was being told that I was following the devil, and I said, all right, I'm going to follow my heart. It bothered me at first, but then I found encouragement in the scriptures, and then I got to a place where I woke up one day in what they call a messianic group, and I was so happy to walk out of there that particular day, but it was all because of tithes, and I couldn't even keep up with a good point that you make, brother. I just want to emphasize this to the brothers and sisters out there that can relate to this as well. One of the other ways you get robbed is your time. They got you running around here back and forth up to the church, trying to keep all of those holidays that are so important in the land, and I couldn't even keep up with that. I'm being honest with you. I was like, how can I broke down in tears to Yahweh one day, and I just said, Father, I'm trying, but my job want me to be here, and they keep, we got all these festivals. I mean, I was in tears because I didn't want to go against him, and everybody had me feeling guilty that I wasn't able to make it to all the things. And then when I made it to the things, I had a real small check, you know what I'm saying? So I broke down in tears one day and cried out to Yahweh in my closet and said, how? And that was when it was revealed to me. It's amazing, because I felt like I was going to hell and everything else, but on that 3rd day, he gave me relief. I ain't kidding. It was like I was resurrected, because I found scripture that set me free, and I was smiling from that day forward. They couldn't understand it, and all of their burdens that they put on themselves by not being correct in his word and following somebody just because they, can speak good or whatever it is. I don't hate them. I love those brothers and sisters, but their burden ain't mine no more. You know what I mean? So, hallelujah, he set me free from that.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? Is there any other comments or questions? I have a comment. What do y'all think about the parts of the lesson where I was trying to interject the controversies and how the controversies was to be squashed, and I used what 2 of our brothers are going through today, which would name Kanye West and Kyrie Irving. They are being prosecuted for obtaining some knowledge, even though the knowledge is not 100, but they are being prosecuted for obtaining some knowledge. And if we were under the covenant of the law, would they be prosecuted today by the enemy for being the seed of Shem? Absolutely not. So that is a way, even though it's a situation going on with our brothers, but we can use that situation to prove without a shadow of a doubt that we're not under the law today, because we got 2 black men being prosecuted for just saying that they are part of that people. Exactly. That's a great example to show that we ain't under the covenant law, or they wouldn't be prosecuted.
Exactly.
But I noticed, let me finish saying this. I noticed that a lot of people is not seeing the perspective that I'm bringing forth. I've been hearing people say that the people are being brought. This is the opportunity that Yahweh is using to bring the people closer to Him. And I disagree with that because of the content of what they're using. Their content is Christian-based. So I know Yahweh is not using idolatry to bring us closer to Him. Kanye West and Kyrie Irving, the things that they denoted is based in Christianity. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the so-called Israelites that supposed to have knowledge are using their situation and saying that Yahweh is using them to bring us closer to Him. Not so. That is not so. But it should arouse our curiosity about what is written in the Bible. It should arouse our curiosity and allow us to know that we're not under the covenant of the law. Other than that, our brothers wouldn't be prosecuted for saying that they have learned some things out of the Bible or the history of the Israelites. So that's what I got out of it. I got out of it as it being a proof that we're not under the covenant of the law, more so than it's being a tool to bring us back to Yahweh. Do anybody have any comments on that?
I do. This is Brother Eliakim, and my observation on what you're saying and what they're going through brings up a idea that surrounds time and place. I mean, Israel is supposed to not even know who they are for a certain period of time in being scattered, not retaining their identities and records for a period of time. I mean, not to say that, well, I know what Yahweh says in His Word. He said they wouldn't know who they are. If I'm wrong, just correct me. But the thing is that if that's the case, then the way people that teach that it's a matter of just returning to the laws, sort of the same way in that we read in I think it was Leviticus or Numbers, where the people wanted, or it might have been in Kings, but somewhere in there where the people wanted, they were told by the prophet what they had to do. He wanted them to go up this mountain or whatever it was, and they didn't want to do it when they were told. And then after the prophet was sent to them and they found out that they had a butt whooping coming, and then all of a sudden they want to do it, but they were out of sync with when Yahweh said to move. So they were going to move not prematurely, but after the fact. And the prophet told them that wasn't going to work. And so in this sense is what I'm driving at, is that applies to whether we hear scattered around the world or whether we go back before it's time to go back. I don't think you can go back to the land. I don't even think many people know where the land is actually at. But that's just a little comment I didn't have to say, but I'm just making a comment that it brings up an interesting point to me. I wonder about that because you can get on a boat and a plane right now and fly to what they call Israel, and you can start doing all of what you want to do, but you still ain't getting recognized. Because there's people over there that left Chicago in the 60s. I mean, they're there. I'm not knocking them for being there. But there is a time and a place when Yahweh is ready. He said certain things were going to happen. He was going to do certain things. He is going to cause certain things to happen. He didn't say do it on your own. And that's what my point is. It's just going right back to us trying to do things on our own rather than being patient and waiting and studying and being prepared and following our own heart, meaning after we get our instruction from his word, we follow him and do the right thing, make the right decisions, make the right choices. He's not telling us to live by the law, but he's telling us he's judging us by our hearts. Now, be good to your brother and sister while you scattered in the land. Be respectful to your parents. You know what I mean? Observe what he says in his law about those things. But you can't go do no red heifer sacrifices and no cow sacrifices and no lamb sacrifices and add that into it is what I'm saying. So that was my comment.
And that's a great comment. And all the things that you just stated is really found in the renderings we find throughout the scriptures: fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Because if you truly depart from evil, then you would treat your brothers and sisters right. You would do things that is right and that will help you survive this affliction that you find yourself under.
Yes, it is. Because in Psalms,
that is a great comment that you made, and the scripture does tell us in Deuteronomy 32nd chapter that the remembrance of Israel should cease, and it also allows us to know with the testimonies of our brothers that the remembrance of them have ceased. Even the brother just admitted that the Kyrie Irving just admitted that he just learned these things. He said, the remembrance of us have ceased if you just remembering these things, being almost 30 years old, and you just now coming to the knowledge of these things like many of us today. Many of us coming to the knowledge of what we're teaching today, being 50 and 60 and 70 years old. So that is only possible because the true knowledge of yourself was not readily available for you. So, yes, and as I stated earlier in the presentation, if we were under the covenant of the law and those two men said what they said that the society is prosecuting them for, those things would never been done. They would never be able to prosecute them because it says in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, it says, keep therefore and do them. Let's start at the 5th verse. It said, behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as Yahweh my Elohim commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whether you go to possess them, to go to possess it. So if you was in the land where you supposed to possess and you said these things, the enemy would not be prosecuting you. Thus it reads, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. So today they ain't saying that. Today they prosecuting them. Today they saying they anti-Semitic and all that. But not so if they were under the covenant of the law, and if it was according, as you stated, time and place. The 7th verse says, for what nation is there so great who have Elohim so nigh, and to them as Yahweh our Elohim is in all things that we call upon him for. And what nation is there so great that have statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law which I set before you this day? So this great law that is set before us in the wilderness is not used today. And with it not being used today, if you become knowledgeable and you start speaking about your Creator, you start speaking about the people He chose and where they come from, you might be prosecuted in this land. You're not going to hear nobody say what a wise and understanding brother Kanye West and Kyrie Irving is. You're not going to hear that. You're going to hear the opposite. Right. And we're hearing it today. They're being prosecuted.
Yep, exactly. And then the only other thing was, real
quick.
Okay, what Psalm said, wherever we at, if we do those things that you just mentioned about, we know His statutes and His ordinances, and we treat our brothers and sisters right, He would be good to us. That is a mistaken. A lot of times people say, I'm keeping the law. That's why I'm getting this. No, if you're being good to your brother and your sister, and you're doing those things and honoring and being truthful and not lying to your wife or your husband or whatever, your significant other, whatever it is, you're being truthful to your kids. I think that's what that's going into. So I just want to add that too. So,
and I'll still bring that back to fearing Yahweh and departing from evil, because of what it says in Proverbs 3:3. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. So that would be your brother and any other man. So it goes back to fearing Yahweh and departing from evil today, or any day, but especially today, because we're not under the covenant of the law.
Hallelujah. That's what I was getting at. Thank you, brother. Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions before we close? Or would anybody else like to make a comment about Kyrie Irving and Kanye West and the things that they are being prosecuted for?
Shalom.
Shalom, sister.
This is Sister Danya. I don't have anything to say about Kanye and Kyrie, but I do want to say what a privilege it is to hear these words spoke with understanding, and to have the understanding that we have. It makes you walk different. It makes you think different. And I'm so grateful that Yahweh has given us this favor that He has on our lives with this understanding.
Hallelujah.
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 That's so very wisely spoken. And it's so true, and I hope in the same thing, that the Almighty continue to favor us and continue to give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that we can speak this truth to make a better path for our brothers and sisters. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or great comments or questions? If there is not, I'm not going to hold you any longer. I'd like to apologize for the days we have missed, but we're back on board. And as I stated, if we don't have any other presentation or any other comments or questions, we'll go ahead and end the presentation with Psalm 71. Before we get to Psalm 71, is there any other comment or questions?
Yeah, quickly. Sure,
go ahead.
You won't be on next week? You won't be on next week? You're going back to every other week?
Yeah, every other week, because they still working me like a slave, but every other week.
Oh, okay. Total.
And then the other thing, brother, was I did answer that question a long time. It's been a while now. I have been answering the sister email she sent to me, and I did forward that information on the historical proofs like university libraries and so on and so forth, in different sources. And I didn't know if she had gotten back with you about it, but I did want you to know, because you had told me to report on it at that time, and so I did address that for her.
And what was it?
It was concerning the skin tone of black Jews in Europe before 1348, scattered around before the Bolshevik revolution, and before, and there were a lot of conversions going on because of their presence scattered all up in Europe due to being soldiers in the Roman army and so on and so forth, and different officials. They were all up in Western Europe as well, Eastern and Western Europe. They were scattered not just in Africa, but they were scattered also up in there. And so these are documents that they tried to hide, but many of the folks who love truth, who are not dark-skinned, definitely wanted this information to be told. And not only, so I'm saying is all, doesn't really matter the color, but the person's heart who revealed these things. These are documented, written, scholarly accounts of dealing with the black Jews or the black Hebrews and the black Arabs in Europe prior to them being, these edicts being passed out to expel them and the children being taken away and in masses shipped to Africa, where they deposited them and had to find African chiefs to hold them. Some of them got dropped off along this island. I forget what the name of that island was, but it was a place where they sent their criminals, and they dropped children off there along the way as well before they got to the Ivory Coast. And then they went back when Columbus went back, and they picked them up and scattered them to the Caribbean, started scattering them to the Caribbean, South America, and the American coast. So there's a history that people weren't aware of, and they don't talk about it because all they want to talk about is the 1600s and 1492. But before 1492, there's a history to give people that want to look and know how we were scattered up in midair as well. It wasn't just the transatlantic slave trade, but before the transatlantic slave trade, not only in the different parts of Africa, but also in Asia, India, and up in Eastern and Western Asia and Europe as well. So I did send stuff, and I'm still sending stuff. So as I keep finding, I prayed about it, and I couldn't find it for a while because they took down the website. They took down, they deleted the historical figures that were actually making the comments, so people could see what these people were actually saying when they were being interviewed by Time Life magazine. They took it off you can't even get it. They got it up, and I've been trying to get in touch with Time Life in their archives so I could see if I could get a copy of it, just so people could have proof about what I was saying. You know what I mean? But I've been finding the creative Yahweh has been showing me other sources, and we've been developing things just for those who have a heavy heart that want to know. That's all that is.
Well, there's a lot of sources, and there might be hidden sources. There might be sources that was out in the 50s and 60s and 70s.
Exactly.
That might not be out now. But the Almighty have his way of revealing what he wants to reveal. We have a story where the Almighty had a jackass talking to a man. So whatever the Almighty want a man to know, he has his ways of getting that information out. Another good source is Rudolph Windsor, the book Babylon to Timbuktu. That starts from Babylon, and it allows us to know how the Israelites was displaced all over the world. It also, there's knowledge about Israel being, or the black man being, some of the first popes during the time of Rome. So the black man played many parts that the white man does not want us to know. I've seen that one video that you sent me, which I had knowledge of it because I have the Talmud, and they was talking about how even the writers of the Talmud denoted that the black man was the man blessed on the earth, and one of his blessings was his skin color, and that is an old truth, even though that is written from a white man that establishes the taboo, but it's still a truth, or at least an understanding of the white man that has been written down for many years. Just like you stated, just many of us might never searched in those books and seen that truth. But the white man have always known that our skin color represent blessings. That's why we are the most oppressed and cursed people today, because of our skin color. It's not because we are white, but it's because we are black. And the blackness is a blessing.
As a matter of fact, they say in there, if you read far enough, they actually said that Noah had two in the Talmud. They said Noah's two sons, Shem and Ham, were the dark. They were the black sons. One was darker than the other. And then they said that the Japheth was pale, or was white. That's what they say in the Talmud. I don't necessarily tell people. I just tell people where information is, but I tell them because I already know, just like you just said, brother, that Yahweh is the one that's going to guide you. You know.
Yeah, Yahweh is the one going to guide us, and Yahweh is going to reveal the truth. And I just wanted to say this also, even if Japheth, because there's many stories of Japheth, how he became white, going to the mountains and all that. There are many stories, but what I want people to understand, because I hear us speaking about melanin people all the time. Every race have melanin. Every race has melanin. It's just some races have more melanin than others. And the black race have more melanin because they are blessed with melanin. Melanin is a blessing.
It really is.
Not a curse. But the white man teach that blackness is a curse. Ain't that what they teach us? We being black is a curse. But black is the blessing. That's the blessing.
And I just want to say, not all white men teach that. It's just the evil ones. You know what I'm saying? It's the ones that definitely got an agenda to commercialize the skin, the lightness or the whiteness, and hide amongst the white ones that would, if they could expose them, they would. You know what I mean? But I hear you, brother. I feel you.
I believe all white men. I believe all white men is evil, but the Almighty have a way of bringing out what He wants through that white man. And the Almighty said to Abraham, "They that bless you shall be blessed." So sometimes a white man can be blessed by the blessing that they display upon his children. That don't mean he ain't evil.
He's a good
just that he's smart enough to bless you. And he that bless you shall be blessed, just like the man that's dumb enough to bless you, dumb enough to curse you, he that curse you shall be cursed. That's dealing with any man.
Absolutely. And just the last thing real quick to top this off. My girlfriend was at the University of Detroit, and she wanted me to go. She decided to go to a synagogue, and she wanted me to go with her. This was in the early 80s, like about 1981. And so we go there, and I was a bit of a clown, okay? So what I did was, the man was speaking in Hebrew. I didn't know Hebrew, but I started following along in the book, and I don't know, the people were watching me. They were all old people. When the sermon was over, they flocked around me like I was a superstar. And they kept on saying, "Oh, my God, you are..." They were trying to kiss my hand. They would tell me, "Oh, you are Jew. You are Jew." I mean, they were so excited. And my girl was looking at me like, "What did you do?" You know what I mean? And she was a lot lighter than me. But the thing was it wasn't. I didn't understand until later when I saw the pictures and the old European pictures of the little black Jews that they had in them cathedrals painted up in the walls that they painted over. And then I understood that a little later, and I always thought back to that. But I just going back to what you were saying, that was an experience that I had, and it was weird. I mean, they wouldn't even let me leave the place. It took a while for us to get out of there because they were hovering around me. They thought I was an original Jew. This is what they were saying. You know what I mean? So that was they thought, I guess, I had come from the country. You know what I mean? But I do know I've seen documents where they had black Jews in Israel, the areas up in Palestine or Canaan, the land of Canaan there. They call it Palestine, but the land of Canaan is what Yahweh called it. And so it's just interesting, the things that we find out. And Yahweh will reveal that. He said his people would be asleep for 3 days. He would begin to wake them up in the second day before he raises them to their glory in the third day and back to their former glory. And that's something that I look forward to for all of us.
Yeah. Is there any other comments or questions?
Hello.
Hello, brother. Yaakov. We can't hear you.
Yeah, this Yaakov.
Yes, sir.
Down in Georgia. I got a comment and a question. Concerning Deuteronomy 30. In that second verse, when it says, "It shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessings and the curse which I have set before thee, and I shall call them to mind among all the nations where the Yah the Elohim has driven thee, and shall return unto Yah the Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all that I commanded thee this day, and thy children with all their heart and with all their soul." How come people don't think when reading the second verse, when he says, according to all I have commanded thee this day, he's also talking about the judgments. He's also talking about the statutes. So if you actually thinking, you can't do all in captivity. So you can't be talking about you in captivity in the second verse of Deuteronomy 30. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you good.
Yeah, he can't be talking about you in captivity when it comes to Deuteronomy 30, verse 2. He's not talking to you in captivity. He says, according to all that I commanded thee. Not some of them commanded thee. He says all. And we can't do all in captivity. So
Absolutely.
he's not talking about those in captivity. Also, I have a question to you about Deuteronomy 30, because I did something interesting about it. I moved the second verse all the way to the fifth verse. And if I can read it the way, and then you understand my question. And it says, "It shall come to pass when all these things come upon thee, the blessing and the curse which I have set before thee, and it shall call them to mind among all the nations where Yah the Elohim has driven thee, that then Yah the Elohim will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all nations which Yah the Elohim has scattered thee. If any of thy be driven out unto the utmost part of heaven, from this will Yah the Elohim gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee, and shall return to Yah the Elohim, and obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, and thy children, and with all their heart, and with all their soul." So what I did is I moved the second verse all the way to the fifth verse. If you read it that way, it really makes sense. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to see what's the question being applied to me, though.
The question is it possible that there's some of these verses are in the wrong order?
Absolutely. Absolutely, brother. And what I have taught many times about Deuteronomy 12, I have said many times that what took precedence over what you're reading is for Yahweh's name's sake. All that he did, all what you understanding in Deuteronomy 30 what took precedence of what you're reading is for Yahweh name's sake. So when I ask my brothers and sisters, well, can you show me one testimony of the order that you're reading in Deuteronomy 30? Can you show me one testimony where that ever happened in the history of the Israelites? And guess what the answer is, which we all know. They cannot. You cannot show me one testimony where the Israelites did what you reading in Deuteronomy 30. But what I can do is show where Yahweh, for Yahweh namesake, took precedence over what you are reading in Deuteronomy 30, and we can show testimony of Deuteronomy 30 being done in the land. And the two places that I take people to prove that point is in Nehemiah, the 1st chapter, the 9th verse, and what I have just turned my holy scriptures to, which is 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter. And what it reads in 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter, is found in the 9th verse, and it reads, for if the same thing that you're reading in Deuteronomy 30, for if ye turn again into Yahweh, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captives, so that they shall come again into this land. For Yahweh your Elohim is gracious and merciful, and will not turn away his face from you if ye return unto him. Well, these words are said, and the testimony is done in the land. In Nehemiah, the 1st chapter, it says this. The same thing you're going to read in Deuteronomy 30. It says in Nehemiah, the 1st chapter, the 9th verse, I think it is. I'll start at the 8th. It says, remember, I beseech thee, the word that Yahweh commanded thy servant Moses, the same words, saying, if ye transgress, I will scatter you abroad among the nations. But note the 9th verse. But if ye turn to me and keep my commandments and do them, though there were of you cast out into the uttermost parts of heaven, yet I will gather them. Why? Because of the people in the land returning. The people in the land will be the ones a recipient of the blessings and the cursings. See, just like you read in the 2nd verse, where we're not truly recipients of the blessings, we can say we are recipients of the curses, but we can't say we are the recipient of the blessings because we never experienced it. It's talking to a people that experience both. We born in hell, so we never experienced the curse part that you read in Deuteronomy 30. We never experienced that. But the people in the land experience the blessing, and if they mess up, they experience the curse. And thus it reads in the 9th verse of the 1st chapter of Nehemiah, but if ye turn into me, who is the ye? It's not the people in captivity, it's the people in the land. It says, but if ye turn into me and keep my commandments and do them, and then note the next sentence, though there were of you cast out into the uttermost parts of heaven, yet I will gather them. Hold on. So he's saying, Yaakov, you being in the land under the covenant of the law, if y'all return to me, even though your brothers and sisters are already in captivity, I will show compassion on them and bring them back. And that's what you find in Deuteronomy 30. But the only thing different is it makes it seem in Deuteronomy 30 that it's talking to the captives. according to the testimony, only the people that was in the land is the ones that returned, and that's how the people that was in captivity found compassion.
Yeah, that actually makes most sense.
Yes, sir.
One more comment, one quick comment. Deuteronomy 33, verse 28. It says, Israel shall then dwell in safety alone. So, and then it says, the fountain of Jacob should be upon the land of corn and wine, and also, he says, heaven should drop down dew. So the Most High want us to dwell alone, separate from the nations. So how are you keeping all the laws in all your dwellings? If you believe all your dwellings means everywhere you dwell, but the Most High wants you to be alone doing His laws, not all scattered around four corners of the earth trying to keep all His laws. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, after this presentation, for those that heard it, I don't see how you can even begin to think your dwellings is wherever you at. After what we point out today and showing what the dwellings was only the land that Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, ain't nowhere in the world that you can even try to say your dwellings is wherever you at, unless you disregard these words.
Well, there is one other way. Sorry, there is one other way that people can't see it, brother, and that's if Yahweh don't open their eyes to it, because their
well,
heart.
Brother, hold on. We understand that, but we talking about based on this presentation, based on the words that we bringing forth, and the only way that you're not is you disregard the words, because even though if Yahweh don't want to open up your eyes, we still sing the words. We still see the words, and the word says the land that He promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now we know the obvious. If Yahweh don't want you to see it, you ain't gonna see it. But I'm talking about based on us bringing forth this reproof, just like Yaakov was talking about how people bring their point saying that we are to return in the captivity. They use Deuteronomy 30. So to refute Deuteronomy 30, we show that there is no testimonies of anyone returning back to Yahweh in the land of their captivity doing all. You can't, because you in the land of your captivity. You must be separate to do all, as the brother was saying. And I was just saying, after this presentation, bringing out and making great emphasis on the land, that the only way you're not going to get that is because you don't want to get it. Wisdom, I used the wisdom at first, and it told us about how man used pride and all that to disregard what is written. So if you go ahead and use your pride and say, well, I believe our dwelling is wherever we at, even though the scripture says your dwellings cast you out, that's you using pride. That's you trying to be right in your own eyes. That's you leaning on your own understanding. That's not you really acknowledging the reproof that Yahweh have reproved our brothers and sisters with dealing with His word. That's all I was saying. But yes, it's obvious. If Yahweh don't want you to see it, you ain't going to see it.
Yeah, I agree.
That's obvious.
And some people tied to that money. It's hard to give it up when you got it.
Well, that's pride. That's pride. That's pride. That's pride. That don't mean you don't see it. That means you just ain't gonna acknowledge it because I'm getting money. Same way with the tithe. That's the same way with the tithe. It ain't because you don't see it. It ain't because Brother Gershon ain't explained it to you good. It's because you get money and you refuse to accept it.
Yeah. And that's Brother Eliakim now.
Okay.
Yeah. No, thank you, brother. Yeah.
Is there any other comment, Brother Yaakov?
Yeah, one more is Deuteronomy 11, verse 1. It says, therefore thou shalt love Yahweh Elohim, keep His charge and His statutes and His judgments and His commandments always. So if you're missing one of these things, you're not keeping the law. If you're missing the statute, but you're going to want to do the commandments, you're not keeping the law.
You're absolutely correct. And Yahweh established that truth by putting that little 3-letter word in there, all, A-L-L.
Exactly.
Hey, that way you don't have no room to get around what he said. That's why you find all throughout the Holy Scripture. A lot of people say, well, we're not supposed to keep the judgments. Do you know one of the reasons why Israel got scattered out of the land? Was it not because it reads they did not keep his judgment? Does it not say that?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, it does. So one of the reasons why Israel went to Babylon is because they were not keeping his judgments, as found in the book of Jeremiah, the 3rd chapter and the 7th chapter. They did not keep his judgments is one of the reasons why they got cast out of the land. So all is all, my brothers and sisters. And we find testimony where the priest was accused of partiality. So there is no partiality that will get you blessings from Yahweh. There is none. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, brothers.
Shalom.
Shalom. Shalom.
Hey, this brother Cephas. I heard a brother, I think of Brother Gershon, I think it was, said that Noah's son Yafet was pale skinned, and I want to just ask him where did he get that source of information from?
The Talmud. It's found in the Talmud.
Okay. And so that book, they're considered a book of truth?
No, it's just another book that it's a book that the Jewish man religiously hold as righteous, but it's a transliteration. It's a fill-in. That's what I call many of those books outside the Holy Scripture. It's a fill-in book for that which is not revealed in the Holy Scriptures. It's a fill-in book. But the so-called white, the so-called Jewish man religiously upholds that book. And he used that example with them religiously holding that as their book. They state in that book that the black man was a blessing, that Shem and Ham was blessed by their skin color, and that Japhet was supposed to be of a lighter melon. And I think that's all the brother was really shooting out.
That's
okay.
all
Now,
I
the
was
reason why I asked that over doors, why would the first two be blessed and the third son be cursed? Did Noah do anything wrong? So why would he be that way? That just draws some questions for me. Say
that question again. I missed that.
Well, basically, why was two boys blessed and one boy came out to be pale skinned? And so it just draws a lot of questions of why. And then Ham had a son that was cursed. His curse Canaan, a servant. So I always thought that when a person was pale skinned, it was because the Creator had called down a curse like he did. He put a mark upon Cain. And some scholars have said the mark upon Cain was that his skin was pale skin. There's some scholars have said. So I just, looking at some other things and just had never heard that, and
Yeah, that's just a rendering that the brother has found in the Talmud. It's been in the Talmud for many years, and that's just a count of at least what the white boy think. The white boy think he is cursed by his skin color, and he had enough sense to acknowledge that the two sons of Ham or the two sons of Noah was blessed based on their darkness and their melon. But you're absolutely correct, Brother Cephas, because in Genesis 10, I think that's where it is, it does not say that Cain, or it does not say that Japhet was cursed. It does not say that.
Absolutely. And that's where I was going. And
that's why I was trying to explain that the Talmud is a fill-in. So with them filling in, they might say that Japhet was cursed, but the Bible does not say that.
And right, that was my point, because I know the Gehazi, Elijah's servant, and I know leprosy was a form of a white skin. Anytime if you got leprosy, then basically you're cursed if you have full leprosy, because Miriam was an outcast because she had leprosy, and then he cursed Gehazi that his seed will be white as snow. So you got a lot of things out there. You got a lot of things out there. So that's why when I heard that, there's other things I have read as well, about a race of people being cursed with leprosy white as snow, and that was Gehazi's seed.
Well,
okay.
I think that
let me just shoot this in there right quick, brother. Cephas, dealing with leprosy. It did speak about what Gehazi did, because Gehazi was not actually going by the words of Yah, nor by what was in the spirit of Elisha, because Elisha told Gehazi it was not time for no reward or anything. But Gehazi was forward in his thinking, and he went on to chase the man down and received what the man gave him. So once he received what the man gave him, the illness or the sickness of Naaman was put on Gehazi and his family. All right, so that's just the curse of the skin disease on Gehazi and his family. But that don't make a race of people. That is a curse. A lot of people was teaching, even when I first started studying, that the mark of Cain was leprosy, and the mark of Cain, this leprosy, is what denotes the white man. But that can't be true if the Israelite can get leprosy. So the Almighty let us know that in the book of Leviticus that an Israelite can get leprosy, and he leave the prescription of how to clean him from his skin disease.
Yeah.
It's a skin disease and not a curse that makes one turn white and make a nation of people. No, that's not what leprosy is. Leprosy is a skin disease that any nation can receive, any nation of people.
But the reason why I said that, it said not just Gehazi's family, it said his seed. It said,
but that's called. But I think you're missing what I'm saying. The Almighty made the sickness of Naaman, who initially had the leprosy, a curse on Gehazi and his seed because of his doings. So the Almighty made the sickness of Naaman a curse on Gehazi and his seed because of what Gehazi did. So that's like a separate incident. That same way we had a king that went into the temple and tried to burn incense like the priest, and the Almighty turned him, put leprosy upon him, and the priests chased him out. And he lived in the sever house until he died. But it did not fall on his seed. So the curse that you're reading about on Gehazi only came about because Yahweh made it a curse on Gehazi for his actions.
Right.
So that's a separate case. That's a separate case on that one man family.
Yeah, I understand that what you're saying about the king. I know he had leprosy, but Almighty declared that his seed will have leprosy. And I guess my point I'm going with is that the reason why some of my understanding is that leprosy simply means that your skin is a different color than being black. It's a white color instead of being black, which cannot be healed. And I guess my point was, since Gehazi was a Hebrew, maybe the Jewish people who claim to be Jews are descendants of Gehazi. I guess that was my point I was trying to make. And it's not that they are sick or anything; it's just that the skin, the tone of skin have changed.
Yes, it's a plague. It's a mark,
Right.
And like I said, and another reason is a plague because the plague of leprosy did not just befall man. It could befall fur. It could befall things in the house. And it's still leprosy. Leprosy 100%. It ain't no different than the leprosy on man, but it could befall the fur. It could befall things in your house, but it's leprosy. So it's a plague. The Almighty might have smited a man with leprosy and his seed, but it's not a skin disease that's supposed to make a race of people, unless the Almighty smitted his seed and him with it. But that don't mean every man that smitten with leprosy is known to be a white man or his seed is a white. No, that is not leprosy. That is not leprosy at all. That is not the understanding of leprosy.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. I just basically was saying maybe because Gehazi, that was him and his family was cursed along with his seed for leprosy, and I just wondered maybe that the Jewish people might have descended from him, by having that white skin. The reason why they're so strongly saying they are the people, and that's just a thought.
Are y'all ignoring me? Because I wanted to throw something in on that.
What?
No, I didn't hear you say anything, brother. I didn't hear you say
we ain't heard you say a word about it. What do we know?
Hey, I'm over here jumping up and down and everything. No, it's okay. Hey, look, all I want to say is that the important thing is that if Israel was going to be in the dark and not know who they were while they were scattered around and the curse, being under the curse, that is not Israel. I mean literally the children of Israel, the children of the children of Israel, the children of the children of the children of Israel, and so on and so forth. You see where I'm going. My point is through time, however Yahweh chose to erase their memory of who they are, the people that are aware of us don't have the same knowledge we have. They have more knowledge than we do. Us being in ignorance, it's only expected to be that way. So the point that I'm getting at is I've been blessed to discover lots of information that Yahweh brought to me that happens to be written about as the main subject and understanding of the day at that particular time and various times. And this is really what the point was to emphasize and to show that I can take you to Bibles that they've purposely left out things in order to certain people. I can't say they always, that's what I was getting at about not all white men, because not all white men had anything to do with who decided, which white man decided to do these things. So whoever had the agendas, they have the information. So all I'm telling the people to do, the brothers and sisters to do, is to add to their study of the scriptures is to dig in these catacombs with all this wonderful information of records of critical and reliable references made by the educators of the day who didn't have any other reason to lie about it. As a matter of fact, as we get closer to being redeemed, what we find, or what I've found by the grace of Yahweh, is that men had a reason to lie. Now it's coming out. So they had a reason to keep. They knew that Israel was under. They didn't know who they were, and they knew they were in ignorance, and so they would manipulate the information. And they had a right to do it because we were under the curse. But there's a time that Yahweh said He's going to start waking them up. Not everybody at the same time. So anybody that's saying that we all got to wake up at the same time, they are clearly mistaken, because I read it myself. Yahweh ain't waking us all up at the same time. He's waking us up here and there.
What do you mean by waking up? Waking us up? Waking us up to salvation, or?
Well, no, it just meant wait. He said that's all. All I can tell you is what it said, and what I read was, he said his people would be asleep for 3 days. And on the second day, he would begin to awaken them, but not all at the same time. And on the third day, he would raise them to their former glory.
Do you mind turning to that scripture and read where it says not all at the same time?
Well, I'm gonna have to get it for you. I'm gonna have to get it for you.
I read the Bible very diligently.
I don't have a problem with bringing it. I don't have a problem with digging it up. But this is information that I've been coming across as Yahweh has been leading me through the years, and I just don't have it written down. I used to have all this stuff written down all over, all kinds of stuff, because I was too lazy to put it in a book. But, hey, I read it, and it's just like the first man that Yahweh sent to me, old 94-year-old man that just Yahweh gave me joy listening to this man one time. And he told me, he said, Yahweh, he laughed when I finally called him a year later, and he said, so you're ready? And he started laughing. I didn't even know how the man knew I had called him, and I said, how'd you know? He said, hey, let's get to work, because Yahweh wants you to know something. And where he told me, he just said this. He said, I need you to go here first. He said, you got your Bible? I was on my lunch break on a Saturday, a year later, when I called him. And he said, look, this is where you need to go. I went to that part. I couldn't even read it. And I considered myself a righteous guy. I couldn't even read it. I thought I was holy. I could not read what I saw on the page that he had took me to. And this is the words that I want to leave with everybody, because this is what he left with me, and it made this much profoundness in my life. And that's these words right here. He said, I kept going, trying to read it, and I finally said, I'm sorry. I said, brother, could you read it? He said, what's wrong? I said, I seem to be having trouble saying these words in my spirit. I can't say them. Could you read them for me? And this is what helped me to read them. He said, you got to read it for yourself, because one day the enemy may take it away from you, where he takes it off the air, he takes it out of circulation or whatever. And if I read it for you, then the enemy can come and put doubts in your mind that it was ever in there. But if you read it for yourself, it'll be in you.
Well, brother, find it by next presentation and bring it up. I think I know exactly what you're talking about, but find it next presentation and we'll all go over it.
Okay, and what I'll do, let me say this, because my name got changed at 6:30 in the morning to Eliakim, which means Yahweh raises up. And so if he brings it up, it's definitely going to go into prayer tonight. And if he brings it up, I'll have it by next week. But I can't make it.
If he don't, I will.
Okay, brother.
I know exactly where it is. I just don't want to go there because we at the end of the presentation. I don't want to go there. I know where it is, but I wanted you to bring it up and show us where it says not everybody at the same time.
Well, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you.
A lot of great mysteries out there. And I want to dispute anything. It's just that I enjoy just having these conversations. I wasn't saying whether one's right or wrong. It's just that different things that come to my mind. We're just discussing as brothers. And so, but
I take it that way. Didn't take it that way, brother, at all.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
You know, so
we on the same page. We iron sharpening iron, like the scriptures say.
Right. Okay. Well, I just never looked into the Talmud because I heard that was a Jewish book, so I never really paid attention to that book.
I was scared to look into it.
Yeah, I read
I
the
was
Talmud.
told it was evil.
I read the Talmud back in the 90s, 93, 94, 95. Me and Alicia was deep in the Talmud, studying the Talmud. So, and I got some of them expensive Talmuds sitting right in my library, and they are expensive. And they have, but it is a religious book for the so-called Jews. It's what they established, and I call it fill-in books. It's just like like a good example is the Passover. Now, even though you read what you find in Exodus 12 dealing with the Passover, but the Talmud goes a little farther than what you see in Exodus 12, and they call they meal the Pesach and all that type of stuff. So it's just a story that goes deeper into what is written in the book, in the Bible, and what the Bible did not show. Same way with the book of Yasser, the same way with the book of the hidden book of Adam and Eve, whatever those fill-in books, that's all it is. They all based on the New Testament, on the Holy Scriptures, and they give their story of what you're reading in the Holy Scriptures, which the Holy Scriptures does not say.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
And brother, I want to call you by your old name, Gershon. You got a new name. I can't say it wrong. Excuse me. But
no, it's okay.
I'm gonna leave it with this here, and I guess we can discuss it another time. So
absolutely, brother.
Where did the European man get his texture skin? That always been a mystery to me. I never could put it together. I know it can't be Esau, but I always wondered that as well. So that's why I say maybe some of these Jewish people through Gehazia's seed who strongly keep the ways of the Israelites in the Scriptures, will try to keep them. They very well could be the seed of Gehazi, still Hebrews. But they call it.
I agree because.
And was Gehazi from the tribe of Judah?
Here's what I want to say about that. In my studies, they could be, because I used to hate those people. And then Yahweh showed me that I can't hate who he might have holding on to the information for his people. They might be preserving information, being that remember, I'm speaking from studying in the Scriptures. Watch this. Didn't several times a foreign people come into the city while Israel was removed, and somebody had somebody else living in the city in their place, and some wild beast was killing them, and they said, "Send for a priest. We need to know the ways of this God, their God's ways, because we getting killed in their land."
Oh yeah, that's written in the Scripture. I know what you're talking about with that.
Well, this is what my point is. So who's to say that they're not the people? Because some of these people, they'll tell you, the Ashkenazis will tell you, we ain't never lost our record of who we were. They go all the way back to when they say they claim. So after 2 or 3 generations, they'll gladly, not gladly, but you can't blame them for thinking they're the real people. Because they actually got taught. They had brothers teaching them, a priest.
Well, brother, all we know, the Most High said Israel was scattered to the 4 corners of the earth to be servants. And I tell you today, them Jews ain't servants.
Oh, no, nobody's arguing that at all. Nobody's arguing that.
And also dealing with those people, they knew who they were. And in that story, it allows us to know, even though they was taught the manner of the Elohim of the land, they still praised their own God. They knew who they were, and they still praised their own God, even though they was taught the manner of Elohim to survive, to be able to stay in that land. So the Almighty sent the lions against them because they did not know the manner. But when you read the whole story, it lets you know that they brought a priest out of captivity to teach them the manner of the Elohim of the land, but they still, even though being taught the manner of the Elohim of the land, they still held on to their gods. So they knew who they were. They still knew who they were, even though they displaced the 10 tribes of Israel. They still knew who they were. It wasn't that they started saying, "Oh, we might be the Jews." No, they knew who they were.
No, they knew who they were. And in the ninth century, or what you would call 900, in Europe, just before the year 1000, when the Europeans, they were going through their things with the Bolsheviks and the Germans and the Franks and all that kind of stuff, I would say our people, brothers and sisters, would get a benefit highly from getting some knowledge on European history, because they're the ones that are writing accounts of these black Jews. They're the ones that are they're the ones that wrote accounts. They're kings and queens and professionals were writing stories, even in their newspapers, as late as when the press came out. You know, when they were starting doing newspapers. So there's documents that are there for us to read, but we can't think that far because we can only go back to 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Well, that's just some people. I mean, there's many brothers.
That's not all of us, right?
Way past what they talk about Columbus and all that. But I don't really want to stay on this subject matter. The subject of the day was a poor man that presses the poor, and I kind of want to leave with that on our minds instead of us thinking about something that we're talking about in the last half an hour. But if you want to bring that up in the next presentation, please do so. We have more information. If people want to study the things that you have spoke about today, please do so. That way you can have a better conversation on this subject matter. But I'd rather let it rest for right now, and we can pick that back up. That way we can continue to ponder on this poor man oppressing the poor.
And Brother Samuel, have you got a new page or something? Do you have a new page? Cause I've been looking for the lessons. I used to see them when you post, but it seems like you got a new page or something.
I sent it out today. I sent the lesson out today, and it's under the house.
That one.
Yeah, well, that's it. I just put a new picture up there under the new account I'm under. I had to put another picture up, so I didn't put up the last picture. I put another picture up, but Israel Yehuda.
Okay, Israel Yehuda. Okay, because I got several Facebook friends with you on 2 accounts. Got your picture up there. I'm trying to see which one is the one you're using and which one is active.
The one I'm using right now with the picture, I got a camouflage polo suit on or something.
Okay.
That's the one I'm under right now. And I just put that picture up today.
Okay then. Well, I know now, so I'll be looking forward to it. But everything been great, brother. I appreciate everything, taking our time to answer our questions.
Hallelujah. I appreciate y'all. But we're going to go ahead and end the presentation. I ain't going to hold you no much longer. We're going to end with Psalm 71. Psalm 71 be read for us all. And it tells us in Psalm 71 these great words. And it reads, in thee, Yahweh, do we put our trust. Let us never be put to confusion. Deliver us in thy righteousness and cause us to escape. Incline thy ear unto us and save us. Be thy our strong habitation, whereunto we may continually resort. Thou hast given commandment to save us, for thy art our rock and our fortress. Deliver us, O our Elohim, out of the hand of the wicked, out of the hand of the unrighteous and cruel man. For thy art our hope, Yahweh, Elohim, thy art our trust from our youth. By thee have we been holding up from the womb. Thy art he that took us out of our mother's bowels. Our praise shall be continually of thee. We are as a wonder into many, but thy art our strong refuge. Let our mouth be filled with thy praise and with thy honor all the day. Cast us not off in the time of old age, forsake us not when our strength fails. For our enemies speak against us, and they that wait for our soul take counsel together, saying, Elohim hath forsaken them. Prosecute and take them, for there is none to deliver them. O Elohim, be not far from us. O our Elohim, make haste for our help. Let them be confounded and consumed that are adversaries to our soul. Let them be covered with reproach and dishonor that seek our hurt. But we will hope continually and will yet praise thy name, or praise thee more and more. Our mouth shall show forth thy righteousness and thy salvation all the day. For we know not the numbers thereof. We will go in strength of Yahweh Elohim. We will make mention of thy righteousness, even thine only. O Elohim, thou hast taught us from our youth, and thereto have we declared. Now, also, when we are old and gray-headed, O Elohim, forsake us not until we show thy strength into this generation and thy power to everyone that is to come. Thy righteousness also, O Elohim, is very high, who have done great things, O Elohim, who is like unto thee. Thy which have shown us great and sore troubles shall quicken us again, and shall bring us up again from the depths of the earth. Thy shall increase our greatness and comfort us on every side. We will also praise thee with the pastry, even thy truth, O our Elohim, and to thee we will sing with the harp, O thy Holy One of Israel. Our lips shall greatly rejoice. We sing unto thee, and our soul which thou hast redeemed. Our tongue also shall talk of thy righteousness all the day long. For they are confounded, for they are brought into shame that seek our hurt. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and shalom, Israel.
Shalom. Hallelujah. Shalom.
Hallelujah.
Shalom.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah, my brother.